get started. I'd like to welcome everybody to the first City Council meeting of 2019. I hope you had a pleasant holiday season with your family and loved ones. And we welcome you. We welcome the people to their chambers. For those watching at home, we're glad you're joining us. And just let everyone know that if you come up here, if anybody would like to share their opinions, as well as the council and the people, we do it in a respectful way. We respect each other's opinion, even though we may disagree on certain things. But respect and civility above all things. Okay. So welcome everyone. Just to remind everyone, anyone wishing to address the city is asked to fill out a blue card and leave it in the podium for recording purposes. And so we will begin with roll call.
Kaufman Gomez.
Present.
Garcia.
Here.
Gonzalez. Hernandez. Hurst. Here. Parker.
Here.
Strada.
Here. Thank you. Item 2.0, information items, reports only. Council members, you had a few things in your packets. Hopefully you had time to look them over and review them. And so we will move on to item 3.0 on the agenda, the consent agenda. And before we move forward, I'd like to make a request to remove item K for amendments and modification and discussion, if that's okay.
I was going to do the same, or request the same. I have one more request.
Yes,
as well.
Councilwoman Kaufman Gomez.
On item, I think it's a combo item, we're spending over $500,000. Item number F and item G, we're spending well over 100 grand. And I guess my threshold now has to be anything over 200. I want to make sure that we have at least some verbal record for our audience and for those that take a look at the council meetings to know a little bit more about what we're doing. Is it capital? I know it's a capital improvement project that we voted to go ahead and approve the budget for, but I'd like to know where the money is centered from, whether it's just general fund, whether it's from the different departments, and then why we are not looking at the cloud-based for item G.
I'm going to ask Rex Boys, our ISD director, to come up and speak to those items.
Hello, thank you for the questions. On the last one with your for the cloud base, the cost is prohibitive. We looked at it, and thank you. The for storage, we looked at for 26 servers with the same price as what we carry, about 140 servers right now. So in the cloud, if you put that up, we can only do for the cost we're getting right now for 140 servers, we'll get only 26 servers. The cost is prohibitive to do everything in the cloud. We are doing, there's a cloud portion of this for the storage and the servers that'll let us back up the software, back up our critical servers, which is a benefit because if we have malware or something, or
local disaster.
Yeah, we can easily get the stuff right back out of the cloud and get our servers up and running again.
And the funding for the $500,000 for the combination of these two projects, because they're go to hand in hand.
Yeah, CIPs. Some of it's carryover from last fiscal years that we've been saving over the years for this project, and then we have the computer replacement program, which the departments each pay into annually, and then that's part of that is actually put aside not just for their personal computers, their desktop computers, but actually for the infrastructure upgrades at the same time.
In the process of this transitioning over, is it night to day, or is this going to be transitional so that you're going to end up with both systems? How long will this take for integration?
It should take, I would say, fully integrated within 6 months.
6 months.
Yeah. We'd like it to be a lot quicker, maybe 2 months, but I'm going to say 6.
Is it going to reflect anything for an inconvenience to any of our customers that are coming in?
Not notice a thing.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a whole new system. We'll cut over to the new system. The old system is past the end of life. Mm-hmm. We've actually they are continued our support because we are looking at this new infrastructure, purchasing it from them.
Thank you. So the shared departmentally, as well as general fund, we've accrued the money for this. We've approved this as a capital improvement item for our budget in the past.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Councilwoman Garcia.
Yes, on today's agenda items L, M, N, and O, we are having commissioners appointed to the Library Board, Watsonville Parks and Recs, Personnel Commission, and the Watsonville Planning Commission. And I just want to acknowledge and thank those from District 5 who are going to volunteer to accept these appointments. For the Library Board is Victoria Banuelos. For Parks and Recs is Abel Sanchez. For Personnel Commission is Amy Newell. And for our Planning Commission, she's actually here, and I'd like her to stand up and say thank you. She's actually our current chair of our Planning Commission. So thank you so much for wanting to volunteer and support your community.
Thank you, Councilwoman Garcia. Councilman Aurelio Gonzalez?
Yeah, I have one more question for staff on, hate to have him come back, but he walked away really fast. On F and G, what kind of impact will this have on the computer replacement program? Since we're kind of basically taking money from that allocated funds for replacement of the computers, I mean, what effect is this going to have on our city staff?
It will not have no effect on our staff. We still have funds, plenty of funds to replace the personal computers at their workstations. Yeah, they pay into it annually, so it's an ongoing. It keeps refreshing, and we're right on target.
All right, thank you.
Councilwoman Garcia?
One more question is, obviously, this is going to be so supportive of our whole technology system, but there was no mention of cybersecurity. Where does that fall into all of this?
Well, it does. Like I was saying, we can back up stuff to the cloud now, and we are looking at cybersecurity. We're actually meeting with a company tomorrow about looking at a cybersecurity assessment of our network.
Good.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilwoman Parker?
I too want to point out, especially our planning commissioner from District 7 who's here. I'd like to have him stand and be acknowledged that we're going to be creating that, is Ed Acosta. Thank you for serving the city of Watsonville and the people of District 7. We appreciate that.
Councilman Lowell Hurst?
Well, in that vein, I'd like to thank all the volunteers that serve on all the commissions. And I'd like to thank staff for their persistence and perseverance here as well. You know, this is not always an easy job, and it's certainly not an easy job for volunteers to come in and help with the city's work. And so thanks to all the volunteers.
Thank you. And I'd just like to thank my appointees as well. I see Richard here. Thank you for your service, and I appreciate you being here. All right. We good? All right. Any public comments at this moment on the consent agenda? Public comments on the consent agenda. Okay. Not seeing any. I will move forward to discussion. Any other discussion? Councilwoman Garcia?
I move approval of the consent agenda.
Okay.
I'll second the motion. And the question being, are we going to get to the other item now, or are we going to be doing it after the presentations? The item that we've pulled to talk separately about.
You removed it, so it's
Yes.
at the after
Yeah.
you approve the consent.
Okay, so for item number 3, consent agenda, we have a motion from Councilwoman Garcia, seconded by Councilwoman Kaufman Gomez.
Just for clarification, I apologize for being late. My walking shoes weren't walking fast enough today. What was pulled?
Item K.
Item here.
Okay. All right, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Kaufman Gomez. Okay. So to repeat, item number 3, consent agenda. We have a motion on the floor by Councilwoman Garcia, and we have a second motion by Councilwoman Kaufman Gomez. Can we get a roll call?
Kaufman Gomez,
Aye.
Garcia,
Yes.
Gonzalez,
Yes.
Hurst,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Estrada.
Yes. Great. So moving on to item 4, items removed from the consent agenda, item K. The amendment I'd like to make is to recommend Councilwoman Ari Parker to be the alternate for the PVPSA board, and also the alternate for the area aging of Santa Cruz. And I know we had Mr. Arcadio, who had been initially appointed, but kind of a last-minute change. We like to give priority to our council members who are passionate about some of these issues and some of these commissions, and so we ask that we make the adjustments on item K.
I'll second that motion, and I have some more discussion on this.
Okay.
Let me know when you're
Yeah.
ready.
Question, who's replacing Arcadio?
Councilwoman Ari Parker. Yeah.
So are you ready for my questions or concerns?
Yes.
Okay, I know that there'll be discussion of a possible other committee formed, and I'll let one of the other council members discuss that. But one of the concerns that I do have is, as an alternate, we need to have better communication, that they get the packet as well. Because if they're going to be covering that board position, if the primary is not there, the communication needs to happen that the primary needs to tell the second, will you cover for me? I won't be able to make it. That's for starters, and I think that we're missing that. Because as an alternate, you don't always know. And then, of course, if it's last minute, you may not be prepared. So I want to, one, make sure that the primary and the alternate get the packet of whatever the meetings are about, and two, that there's a check-in point somehow that if the primary is not going to attend and needs their alternate, that there's enough notice given at all, whenever at all possible, so that they're prepared in being able to show up, so that we don't have a vacancy of attendance for these boards and commissions.
Agreed. Well said. Any other comments from council?
The other item was the intergovernmental agency, if there was a little discussion about that.
And I'd like to address that, and I don't know if it's the appropriate time now to bring that up, but we had an intergovernmental committee that that brought together the school district, the county, and the city. And I'd like to actually have that intergovernmental committee be agendized and be a part of our conversation. I think schools and the city of Watsonville go together, and I think it's really important that we have real conversations and move forward in a positive way with those three. And I think we'll have support from the county and hopefully the school district as well.
I can speak to that, Mayor, and thank you for that question, Councilmember Parker. So last year, we reignited the Intergovernmental Committee. We've had 2 meetings in 2018. We plan on having another the first quarter of this year. Those meetings have gone very well. We've had the school district as well as county representatives at the table. And if it's the council's interest, we could certainly bring it as a formal agendized item to make that appointment. That has been done in the past. There was some interest amongst the group to try to keep these meetings as informal, and doing a council appointment results in these meetings being Brown Act publicized meetings, which just means there's some more formal structure around the meeting. And certainly if it's the council's interest in doing so, with the motion, we can bring that back as a formal appointment from the mayor, which would also result in these being formally noticed and Brown Act meetings going forward.
Does that mean we have to make a motion to do this, or is that something?
No, we could bring it back at a future meeting for council discussion.
Councilman Hurst?
Having served on that committee, for a number of years, I'm glad to continue to do so. And I really don't care how we do it, but I think there is some value in having it informal in some ways so that we can, have a better relationship with the school district and our county peers as well, and that we can have some informal, non-Brown Act conversations that are hopefully going to be more fruitful than some of the conversations we've had in the past. But I'm not opposed to agendizing it and appointing folks in whatever way you might like, but I think there is some wisdom, as we've heard, in keeping it semi-informal.
All right, so we'll bring it back for a future agenda item. And Aurelia, I just wanted to thank you for looking for an alternate for the Aging Committee. Again, Councilwoman Parker expressed an interest in it, and we wanted to give her a chance to serve there. But we thank you for helping us out. Okay, so do we take a vote for? Okay.
Did we get a second?
I'll second that.
No, I believe I had seconded already.
Oh, I'm sorry. So who was the first?
Yeah, who made the?
Who made the motion?
I'm glad to make the motion.
Okay.
There.
I believe
I
Trina
think
made
Rebecca and I, but that's fine.
Okay.
We're just moving it on.
So for item 4, item removed from the agenda, we have a motion on the floor by Councilman Hurst, seconded by Councilwoman Trina Kaufman Gomez. And can we get a roll call?
Kaufman Gomez,
Aye.
Garcia,
Yes.
Gonzalez,
Yes.
Fernandez. I'm sorry. Hurst,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Estrada.
Yes. All right. Thank you. And now we will move on to item 5, reports to council. And we will start by welcoming back the prodigal son, Mr. Carlos Palacios, who will give us an update on some of the projects that are taking place in Watsonville on behalf of the county. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Mayor Estrada and members of the City Council. I'm very pleased to be here representing Santa Cruz County. I'm Carlos Palacios, County Administrative Officer. And I also have with me Nicole Coburn, who's Assistant County Administrative Officer. Nicole is overseeing our strategic plan and our operations plan, among other duties. And Elisa Benson is supposed to be joining us soon, and she is overseeing among a number of projects, the homeless project that we oversee and that we're interacting a lot with your staff. We also have staff from Supervisor Caput's office here, Ramon Gomez and Tony Gregorio are here representing Supervisor Caput. And thank you for the invitation and to come here and speak to you folks about county government. Thank you for making time on your agenda. We want to be your partners. And along with that, I really thank City Manager Huffaker for taking time to meet with me. We've been meeting monthly just to coordinate our activities, and I think that's a good thing for all of us to do. So I have the purpose today is, number one, I want to give you a brief overview of county government, just so you understand some of the things we do, and then also talk about our strategic plan specifically and some of the initiatives that we're pursuing. So counties have two roles, really. One is that we have a county-wide role. We provide services for all county residents, including your residents in the city of Watsonville and the other incorporated cities, where we provide, first of all, safety net programs. So welfare, for example, welfare being one of those, health care, dental care for low-income folks. We also provide criminal justice and district attorney services as well for the entire county. So those are mainly funded from the federal and state government, and that's a very important role that county government plays. In fact, county government is an arm of state government, so we are actually part of the state. Unlike a city where you're a separate incorporated jurisdiction with your own charter, we're actually part of state government, and we undertake a lot of state programs. The second role, though, is that we provide municipal services for people in the unincorporated area. So for people who don't live in a city, we act as their city, in effect. And it turns out that about 17, if you look at the percent average, 17% of people in the state live in unincorporated areas of the state. They don't live in cities. But in Santa Cruz County, almost 50% of the population of our county lives in the unincorporated area. Compare that to Santa Clara County, where only 5% of the population lives in the unincorporated area. So in effect, the county government is the biggest city in the county. We provide city services to 136,000 people. So if you look at it that way, we're actually the second biggest city in the whole region, Salinas being the only one that's bigger, which has a population of 161,000 people. But if you even look at Monterey County, only 24% of their population lives in the county. So we have 5 elected members, as you know, by district. Similar in many ways to a city, the board hires the city county administrator to enact the policies of the board. Similar to how you folks hire the city manager and the city manager works for you, I work for the board. I guess the biggest difference is that we have 18 department heads and a number of them are elected separately, so they don't report for me. So for example, the sheriff is elected, doesn't report to me. The district attorney, our finance director in effect, which is our county auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector is elected, our assessor is elected, our elections clerk is elected. So those folks actually are responsible to the voters and not to the county administrative officer. Although I will say I control their budget, even though they don't report to me. We have almost 2,500 employees in the county. We own a lot of property also. Just to give you an example, we have 2,000 acres that are owned by the county and almost 1.4 million square feet of facilities that the county owns. So you can see that we're a big landowner as well in the county. So 1.4 million square feet is a lot of facilities to manage. We also have a number of facilities all over the county, and this chart shows that. You can see that the majority of our employees are in North County, almost 1,700 employees, but we have a significant amount in South County, in Watsonville. We have almost 500 employees that work in Watsonville. The county has a very big budget. We have $821 million budget, so we're getting close to $1 billion pretty soon. A couple of years we'll probably be there. You can see that only about, of that $800 million budget, about $540 million is the general fund. And then if you look at where we get our money, one big difference from a city and a county is that almost half of our revenues, when you look at our entire budget, is from state and federal government. So almost half of the money we get, 48%, is from the state and federal government. And only about a quarter is from taxes. Whereas for a city, almost all of it is from taxes and fees, right? Our general purpose taxes, this is the amount of money that's really discretionary to the board. So even though we have a budget of $800 million, much of it is prescribed by the federal and state government for specific programs with very specific regulations. So you look at what do we actually control, and you look at our budget and our general fund that's discretionary, it gets to about $130 million, $140 million, depending on how you count it. And you can see that most of that is property taxes. Almost 80% of our discretionary revenue in the general fund is from property taxes. So we're highly dependent on property taxes, whereas the city, you have a more diverse, you have sales tax, transit occupancy, hotel tax, and fees so you're more diverse, whereas the county, in terms of our discretionary revenues, is very dependent on property tax. And then when you look at our discretionary revenues, so this is our general fund discretionary revenues plus some of our fees, you'll see that almost all of it, 54%, well, almost more than half of it, goes to public safety. And so it's similar to a city. In your general fund, about 60% goes to public safety of your general fund, somewhere around there. And ours is about 54%. So if you look at the discretionary money, it really becomes where it's not really that discretionary. Most of it's going to the jail, to the sheriff, to the district attorney. And then that 18% for health and human services is actually leveraging federal dollars. So you couldn't really cut there, because if you did, you would get big reductions in the federal and state grants we get, because these are matching funds. So really, when you look at the budget, you get to about 20% that's truly discretionary. So that's why in a budget turn down, we actually are in big trouble in terms of where we can cut. And that's why in the Great Recession, 2008 time period, the county actually eliminated the Parks Department, right? Because the Parks and Recreation Department, because we just didn't have any discretion. We actually consolidated with the Public Works. So now we've reestablished it, and it's actually doing quite well. But it just shows you the limitations that the county, in terms of we have so much restrictions on our funds, we don't really have that much discretionary revenue. So that's an overview of county government. I wanted to now talk about our strategic plan. We've just embarked on a strategic plan, and the board approved it last June. It's a 6-year strategic plan that provides big picture goals for the county, and we're now in the process of developing a 2-year operational plan and a 2-year budget, which will actually provide specific projects to implement that strategic plan. And really, that's the key, right? The key to a strategic plan is how do you operationalize it? How do you make it happen, right? The key. Otherwise, it's just a plan that sits on a shelf, right? But if you have an operations plan and a budget that's tied to that strategic plan, then it becomes real. And you folks have good examples of that, because when I was here in Watsonville, we did a strategic plan for many years, and this building is a result of our strategic plan. This actually was a goal on a piece of paper at one point, and here it is, this building. The new library, the courts, and this facility was part of our strategic plan, and it was just a dream, right? How can we do that? Let's put that up there on the board. So is our water recycling facility also. That was another example of a dream. That how do we do that? That's going to be a goal. Let's focus in on it. Our neighborhood services program that you folks have, that was in the strategic plan. One of the council members actually came up with that goal, with that objective, and said we should do something with our neighborhoods. We put it up there, and look, you still have a neighborhood services program that's been very successful. We also are doing performance measurement, because when we do projects, we want to see that they're being effective, that they're working. We're doing continuous process improvement. This is about empowering our employees to make changes, to make their jobs more effective. This is an example of our employees giving us their wisdom and how to improve how things work in the county. And so we're doing that as well. And then we also have a leadership academy. We just had our first graduating class, because this is a change of culture, right, in the county. Doing a strategic plan, doing performance measurement, doing continuous process improvement. It's all new to the county government. It's a new culture. And so we have a leadership academy in which we're helping people to get classes so that they can change with that culture. So this is an overview of the work plan that I've established for the county. The strategic plan, as you can see, is there in the top. From 2018 to 2024, it's a 6-year plan. You can see we're in the first 2-year operational plan and 2-year budget. We'll have 3 of those operational plans and 3 budgets during this cycle. We have our County Leadership Academy, continuous process improvement, and performance measurement initiatives that have started as well. So when we did our strategic plan, we did a lot of work engaging the community. And we asked more than 2,000 residents, what do you think are the main priorities county government should be focusing in on? And we did that through surveys, we did that through focus groups, we did a lot of different initiatives to get the public involved. And as I said, Ms. Coburn actually led that effort. And the good thing about it is that people really were very interested in county government, really interested in our initiatives. One of the things that we really was very evident was that housing is such an important issue countywide. It was the most important issue. As you can see, that's kind of the lavender in terms of what were the most important issues that people brought up, and it was housing more than any other issue. We also had, homelessness, the opioid substance use disorder issues come up, global warming and the environment came up, transportation, of course, as you folks, know all about that. But housing was something that really really overshadowed every other issue. So when we looked at our focus areas, we established 6 focus areas, and within each focus area, there's 4 goals. So there's 24 goals. And then what we will do is under each of those goals, we're going to have actual programs and projects that will meet the goal will be to actually implement this strategic plan. So here's an overview. Again, we plan and then we actually do a 2-year budget to actually implement it. Then we do our performance measurement to make sure which programs are actually working, which ones are being effective, and then we do continuous process improvement to actually change programs and improve programs. We actually have done this in the county in a number of areas. Our most effective areas in juvenile justice. Juvenile justice, we're actually nationwide leader in our effectiveness of getting youth to not recommit crimes. It's pretty amazing. When I was here 20 years ago, there was more than 60 youth on average a day at the juvenile hall. And the county, working with the community and working through performance measurement, actually has improved programs and how we counsel those youth, and programs like tutoring, job placement, parenting classes, all of those things, counseling, all those programs that you need to help youth with. And what we now have is we only have about 20 youth or less than on average at our facility versus 60 just 20 years ago. And so we know how to do this. We just have to spread it out throughout county government. And so that's our philosophy. And now let's look at actually some of the specifics. This is in health and safety area. One of the big things that we're doing in this area is trying to expand substance use disorder treatment. We've already doubled the number of treatment beds that we have, and we're on track to triple the number of treatment beds we have for people who have substance use disorder. And we know with the opioid crisis that it's something nationwide that is inflicting the entire nation. Our goal is to get to the point where when somebody wants treatment, we have treatment available. Treatment on demand is our goal. Right now, we've already doubled the number of beds. This year, we're going to triple the number of beds. And eventually, in the next couple years, we hope to get to the place where we have treatment on demand. The problem is when somebody's finally ready to get treatment and you tell them you have to wait 6 months for a treatment bed, it doesn't work, right? So we want to get to that point of treatment on demand, and that's one of our big goals in this strategic plan. Another one is the Whole Person Care and Hopes team, which are programs to help those individuals who are homeless, mainly. Not all of them are homeless, but many of them are, who have substance use disorder, mental health issues, trying to get them in treatment, counseling, and housing. We also have invested significantly in our youth, and so Thrive by 3 and Nurse Family Partnership are 2 programs that we've invested in pre-K youth, which has been a big priority of the county as well. When we look at affordable housing, there's a couple of initiatives I wanted to highlight here for you. One is that we've modified our accessory dwelling unit ordinance to basically suspend fees for all ADUs. So when somebody comes to get an ADU now, they don't have to pay any fees. We've suspended fees. And we're losing general fund money to do that, but we're doing it to encourage people to build ADUs because we realize that's going to be an important way to create affordable housing. Fees average about $4,500 on a typical ADU from the county. And so we are suspending those fees for the next year, and after that, we're going to reevaluate it. We also are doing significant work with the emergency shelter for the homeless, and I know you folks are involved in that. One project that we're working on that is going to involve you is we're master planning our campuses, and we have 3 main campuses in the county. One is 71 Ocean in Santa Cruz. One is the Emmeline campus, and that's also in Santa Cruz, and the other one is Freedom Boulevard here in Watsonville. We're master planning all of those. And one thing we're trying to do is make sure that we consolidate our own county uses for our buildings. So we're leasing a lot of space all over, and we want to try and consolidate county services within our own county-owned buildings because it's a wiser use of funds to do that. So that's one thing we're doing. But the other thing we're doing is we're going to actually try and build some affordable housing and other supportive housing services on our campuses. So we're actually looking at 71 Ocean, at Emmeline, and Freedom for the opportunity to build affordable housing on those projects. we'll be speaking, we've already spoke to your staff briefly about it. I was meeting with City of Santa Cruz today about Emmeline Campus and 701 Ocean, and we'll be speaking with you too as we master plan the Freedom Campus as well, because there's great opportunities. You know, there's that 5 acres in the back that has opportunity to do a really cool project. And so we'll be in conversation with you folks on that. So in terms of transportation, I hate to go over this because I know you folks have been very involved with the RTC on this, and I know some of you have been very, very involved in it. I see you on TV. I watch the meetings on TV, and I see you there. But I appreciate that you folks have been so involved with RTC. And of course, with Measure D, that's going to allow us to do a lot of road projects in the county. And with the gas tax not being repealed, with that being turned aside, we're going to have a lot of opportunity. We're still recovering from the storms in 2017. It almost, I think it was $140 million worth of storm damage repairs that we have to do. And it's going to take us 5 years to just repair all the roads from 2017. We're making progress, but we're also doing a lot of resurfacing of roads and a lot of projects that have been deferred maintenance. Sustainable environment. One of the things I wanted to highlight was Monterey Bay Community Power. I know that some of you are involved in that. It's important to note that the Santa Cruz County actually led that effort to establish that. It was Bruce McPherson who actually, him and Jenny Johnson, his staff person, who actually were the drivers of that whole program. And the county actually spent about $500,000 fronting money to establish this program through consultant fees and studies. We fronted a lot of the money. We just got paid back, so we're very happy about that. But anyway, that's a big achievement because we know that on day one we were 100% carbon free, and at the same time we were 3% less than PG&E. So we're cheaper than PG&E and 100% carbon free. And we hope in the future to do a lot of local projects, and there's many things that will go into that. In terms of the economy, just to highlight a few things, one of the things that I wanted to tell you is that our big goal with the economy is really helping our local businesses. Our local small businesses is our focus, and a lot of our services are for our small businesses. We feel that encouraging our local businesses to grow and thrive is our best way to improve the local economy. And so that's where we've focused a lot of our efforts. In terms of operational excellence, that's another one of our strategic plan focus areas, and these are some of the initiatives which are being developed. One thing I'll note is we passed our own Measure G. Thank you folks who supported us on that. It's a 0.5-cent sales tax within the unincorporated area, and it actually got approved by 66% of the voters. And we're going to be able to fund a number of parks through that, a lot of homeless services, some new deputy sheriffs as well. So thank you to the public and thanks to the council members who supported us on Measure G. We're building in a lot of libraries right now. We're very involved in that. There's 6 library projects in the unincorporated area going on right now. Some of them are brand new. Some of them are remodels, extensive remodels. And then I'll say something about our fiscal health. The county, we actually reached our 10% reserve goal, which we had set a 10-year goal to reach 10% of our revenues as reserves, and we reached it after 7 years. So we reached it 3 years ahead of time, and we've also received a AAA rating for a GO bond in the county, which is as high as you can get in terms of, and this is Standard & Poor's, as high as you can get in terms of fiscal health. And so we're doing well right now, and we're in good shape, and we have a lot of projects going on. And that concludes my presentation. I look forward to working with you folks in the future as we implement our strategic plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Palacios. Excellent report. Comments? Councilwoman Garcia, start with you.
When I first got elected in 2014, one of the loudest complaints I used to hear was the county doesn't work with the city in terms of city needs. However, this is an example of, in fact, the county working with the city in keeping us informed in terms of how you work and how we can work together. My question is about Measure G. The funding for Measure G, is that just for the unincorporated areas, or is that for also the city areas?
We are going to spend some of those funds in city areas. One of the main programs we have is the Focused Intervention Team, which we're going to be working with your police department very closely on. This is 3 new sheriff deputies, 3 new behavioral health specialists. They are focusing in on those individuals with mental health issues, substance use disorder issues, sometimes they're homeless, who are causing the most crimes or other problems in the community. So when I know you've had some of those individuals in the city here. We certainly have them in Santa Cruz as well. And no one knows what to do with those folks because they don't want help. They don't want treatment. They're resistant to treatment. So this new focused intervention team is meant to focus on those people who are resistant to getting treatment. And we are going to do that not only in the unincorporated area, but also in all of the cities as well. We're working with your police department and all the other police departments in the county as well. Some of the parks projects will be just in the county, but the homeless money will also be spent in the cities.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Kaufman Gomez?
What are you spending on the budget for the strategic plan? Does it vary every year or every couple years? Because, I mean, obviously, as you get a project going, you don't need the money. So how do you figure out where money is on this?
Well, the strategic plan, you mean implementing the strategic plan? Or
Yeah,
you
it
meant actually
says,
developing the strategic plan?
You said budget, so I'm just sort of
Okay.
looking at what the dollar amounts would be.
Yeah, so in terms of implementing the strategic plan, it's going to be part of our budget process, right? And so right now in Measure G, we've set aside $1.5 million out of our Measure G funds to implement strategic plan initiatives. And then the board will decide if there's going to be additional funding as we go along. And we have different sources besides our general fund as well.
And then of your Measure G, you said $1.5 million is going towards this. What is what do you expect to receive in revenue on the G for the unincorporated on an annual basis?
This year we only are going to get about $1.5 million. Next year we'll have about $5.5 million approximately. And so the board, but it's not all new revenue. Some of it is, we're absorbing some of our existing cost increases as well. So the board will be, during budget discussions, deciding how to reallocate that in the priorities of all the general fund budget.
And you said that you grew the number of treatment beds. How many treatment beds do we actually have? Or how many do we now have based on this plan?
I don't remember that right off the top of my head, but I can get that information to you.
Yeah, whether it's 50 or 100 or something, I would know. The reason why this HOPE team, I want to know, or maybe know a little bit more about integrating what we need on the hospital resource. I sit on one of the boards, and one of the physicians that comes in to talks to us about the hospital is we're lacking a mental health the services at the hospital, and it becomes a very chronic location for those that are of the homeless going in and not having a location to discharge them to. So there's a big issue that even the hospitals have to really absorb a lot of cost associated with the mental health. And I don't know what the relationship is with the hospitals. For example, Watsonville Community being one that gets a big impact of that population, and making sure that they're part of this conversation, dialogue, and solution. So maybe a little bit about that. If you could maybe get back to me on that, that would be just fine. And your mental health facility, is it PG&E that we're holding out on, or on the opening for the one on this campus here?
That's correct.
And do we have an ETA for that? Nothing?
PG&E, getting them to turn on the whatever is the problem, getting them to schedule it.
Yeah.
So we haven't been able to come up with a date.
That's unfortunate because I know we need it. And I'll leave one last question so others, if they have any. The leadership class that you're talking about, is that just staff, or is this public? Is this management of different? Who's involved in participating, and what does this entail?
Yeah, this is just so far it's just been county staff at this point.
And so, is it a year class? Do they go? I mean, because there's like Leadership Santa Cruz County. I know that there's the Focus Agricultural classes. So I'm just wanting to know if it's like a similarity of that, and it's just staff for it, or
it's what it is a series of classes that they take, and I think it'll. How long will it take? 2 years? 1 year, and it's a series of different classes they take, and we're actually giving them in coordination with the what we call CSAC, the County and State Association of Counties, which is similar to the League of Cities. We're actually having them come down with their instructors and teach classes to our staff on county property.
And is there any priority to extend or expand the use of our courthouse that we have here in this building? And one of the reasons being is, we're all having to go North County when it comes to the jury duty and those obligations. And if we can keep keep as much down here for the facility, so we can keep them off of that parking lot of Highway 1. Any thought about the courthouse so we can have more resources here?
So the courts, a number of years ago, the state of California took over the courts, and they're completely separate from county government now. So we don't have any, other than I meet with them frequently, and we're free to meet with the presiding judge and so forth, and we tell them what they're always willing to meet, but we don't have any control. They're basically a state agency now.
It's unfortunate, especially since we put so much money into the building here for them. Thanks for your answers, and I know you'll get back to me on a few others.
All right. Councilman Gonzalez?
Yeah, I do have a couple of questions, and they're for infrastructure questions. Beach Street, is that in the target to be repaved, reconstructed? The road?
Yeah, it's, I don't know specifically. We have a book with every street that's going to be paved, and we can look that up and see when it is. But it's done by supervisorial district. We sign different dollar amounts for every district, and I can look up and that. I don't know it off the top of my head.
East. County Road is the east. Right? West Beach. Oh,
Yeah,
West Beach, sorry.
it's in
West
the
Beach.
county.
Okay.
Yeah.
West Beach.
Friend,
Yeah.
And the last one we have is the Houlihan project is going to go on finally. Is that correct?
We're still, I think they're still short on some of the funding, but I think we're making definitely progress with that. And I know we're still a little bit short of funding, but we're making progress.
Yeah, 'cause that's an important project for the students of Lakeview.
Yeah, no, we
crossing
know.
safely
We're
there.
trying, it's a big priority for us too.
Councilman Hernandez?
Sorry if you already answered this, but I just wanted to find out if the update with the Veterans Hall here in town.
Yeah, so we're, thank you for reminding me about that. The Vets Hall, we have a dilemma, because the issue is that it needs some major deferred maintenance in that project, right, to keep the Vets Hall working. And we've been leasing it to the city, and I was here when we did that for like $1 a year or something. But the city doesn't really have the resources to do the deferred maintenance, and neither does the county, at least as it's currently configured. So we've recently done a needs assessment and a feasibility study that we're just wrapping up right now. And the idea would be to turn it into, to remodel it into a Vets Resource Center, to allow some new office space in there. We've even looked at some possible transitional housing for veterans on the second floor of that. And so because there's funding, because the issue is how do you fund that, right? And there is funding for veterans facilities, but they have to meet specific criteria. Some of it's for housing veterans, some of it's for actual medical treatment and other things, counseling. And so we're trying to match the funds that are out there in the federal government with what we have as our building, and see if we can come together with a new plan that would basically remodel it in a way that would allow us to get where it's serving the veterans. Because right now it's really not serving the veterans as much as it should be, and we want that. I know you folks want that too, but it's just we're in a dilemma. No one has the money to go in there and put the deferred maintenance as it's currently configured. So we're trying to figure out where can we get funding, and what would the uses be that are tied to that funding. So we did a study, and we'll certainly would be willing to meet with you if you'd like, or anyone about our study and tell you what the findings were. We interviewed we had some focus groups, and hired a consultant to do some work with the veterans group here in Watsonville.
Councilman Hurst?
oh.
Sorry, Hernandez.
And my second one was actually, it was a email that I got asking me about not Pino Lake, but the other lake on Freedom Boulevard. That's on the left side, that has the invasion of some plants that's going over the water now. I forgot the name of that lake for some reason. Yeah. What's going on there at that lake?
I have no idea, but I can, I can find out.
You know which one I'm talking
Yeah,
about?
I
though,
do.
right?
I know which one you're talking about now. Yeah, way out. Yeah,
I
I
didn't
can
know
find
either,
out.
so I figured
Yeah,
it out.
I don't know.
Councilman Hurst.
I want to thank CEO Palacios for being here today and explaining county government to us. Some of us have wondered about these questions for a long time, and we appreciate your knowledge and your experience. And I have to say that, you know, someone back in another century made a very good choice when they hired Carlos as a finance guy here in the city, and that how he moved up, and that you can see that he's always has Watsonville on his mind in one way or another. And so I'm glad you're here today. Thank you very much for the briefing on the strategic plan and the overview. I'm sorry that our local Watsonville press is not here today to cover this, but I hope that you'll be able to inform them in some way and make sure that they get the materials as well. Because sometimes South County just feels like it's maybe not connected as well as could be, or part of the mix. And so my question is, you know, what can we do as a council to strengthen this relationship and further future cooperation? What can we do?
Well, I think that one of the things that's really important is to continue to be in touch with the Board of Supervisors. I know many of you are, with, of course, our Supervisor Caput, but also Supervisor Friend, who represents part of the city, is really important. So I encourage you to keep in touch with them, especially the mayor and vice mayor, periodic maybe meetings with those folks, just so they know what's going on. And I know it's easier for the city of Santa Cruz and Scotts Valley and so forth because they're closer, right? But I know that they're very willing to meet with you, and of course I'm very willing to meet with you. So I think that's the most important thing, is let's just keep in touch with each other, keep meeting with each other. The other thing is I did hand out copies of the strategic plan and our year work plan, and I have copies in the back, extra ones as well. And so as we go through our operations plan implementation this June and our budget, our 2-year budget, I encourage you to be involved in that too and give us your thoughts when we start talking about projects that impact you, so especially considering some of our homeless work and some of the other projects that affect the city residents as well.
We say thank you very much.
Can we also get the PDF link from our city's website for this information that you're providing us with, please?
All
Any
right,
other
well, thank you
comments
very
from
much.
council? I just had one quick question for
sure.
you, Mr. Palacios. You said that 330 small businesses have been created. Do you know more or less how many were created here in Watsonville or South County?
I don't have that information. I know we work with Teresa Tomei from Small Business. We fund them significantly, and so I'm sure we can get that information.
Thank you. Okay, well, we thank you for your time, and welcome home, and we're very proud of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I look forward to working with you in the future.
Thank you.
Bye.
Great. We will now move on to item 5B, presentation by Community Bridges Chief Executive Officer Raymond Cancino regarding CARP grant, 2 charging stations on 4th Street, and use of electric bus vehicles in Watsonville. Welcome, Raymond.
Welcome, everybody. Welcome to the new members, new mayor, and returning mayor. I'll just make myself at home. I think there's a presentation. They didn't provide. I didn't bring it. It was emailed to Beatriz. All right. Well, if not, let's go. I apologize. I'll send the PowerPoint later. For those that are at home, I just wanted to say, if necesitan traducir la información que voy a dar hoy, me pueden llamar al 831-688-8840, extensión 201. For those that can't speak English, because I'll do this presentation only in English, they can contact me directly. So I'm Ray Cancino, and I'm the CEO of Community Bridges, and I'm here to kind of present a project that will be starting here, hopefully March, here in our community. So a little bit about Community Bridges. Community Bridges is the largest social service agency in Santa Cruz County. We serve over 20,000 individuals through 10 different programs. Our total operating budget's about $22 million, and we have about $15 million of operating and $6 million goes directly into the community through pass-through. So that pass-through comes through women, infant, and children, so food coupons. It's about $4 million, and about $3 million in additional food subsidy program dollars through the CACFP program. So a little bit of what I'm going to talk about today was giving you an overview of our CARB grant. So last year, we were able to successfully get a CARB grant, which is California Air Resource Board grant, for about $250,000, $270,000. That, in conjunction with our current existing Measure D funding, we are a recipient of Measure D funding, about $100,000, we're able to acquire 2 electric vehicles for our community. So a little bit about Community Bridges really is connected to doing a sustainable environment and being a part of that. And so we know that our future use, because we have about 24 different vehicles currently operating in our community for paratransit, need to go at least not fossil fuel, but some alternative energy. And so we decided to test the electric vehicle use for our paratransit community. So these dollars are going to be used to purchase, and we have purchased them, 2 vehicles, and they're going to be 2 electric vehicles stationed and operating in Watsonville. So part of the grant component was that we needed to be in a census tract that was negatively impacted due to industrial pollution. And unfortunately, in the city of Watsonville, we have one. So we're going to be operating the census tract, and I'll forward that to you. That's part of the PowerPoint presentation. That shows where that census tract lies, and it's basically the industrial area part of Watsonville. So starting from Main Street over all the way to Ohlone Parkway area, all the way down through south of that region, so south of here. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be using these vehicles to operate and testing that technology out. We currently provide a lot of different rides for the city of Watsonville, and we want to make sure that people are going to be, one, aware that we're going to be testing these new vehicles out, and then number 2, that they know that our service exists. So that service is Liftline. And I'm actually, since we don't have the PowerPoint and I don't have all the numbers in front of me, I'm going to invite 2 of my coworkers that are here also on behalf of Liftline. And so I have Program Director Kirk Ants that could maybe come and speak to the numbers in City of Watsonville, and then also Operations Manager Jesus.
Good evening. I'm not exactly sure what numbers you would like me to provide.
Just the city of Watsonville, how
Many
many clients?
clients.
Basically, in city of Watsonville, we have over 400 unduplicated rides that we do every year. And we provide about a total of 26,000 rides last year for residents in Watsonville. About 465.
So probably about 60% of the clients we serve are from Watsonville, and we provide rides to Elder Day and Meals on Wheels and medical appointments. So that's a tremendous number. Also, I wanted to mention part of the CARB grant is funding us for 4 charging stations, which are located at 240 4th Street, which is open to the public during our business hours. We've already installed those stations, and they are currently operational, and the business hours are from I have to check the website, but I believe it's the time we open 9 to 3 is what time, 9 to 3 or 4 they're open. So we'll get that information out so that folks can see it as well.
So A little bit more on top of that, we were also able to install 2 additional charging stations with the help and support of the planning department that back faces the city lot. So now Community Bridges has 6 charging stations, electric charging stations in the city of Watsonville, operating close to 30% of all charging stations for electric vehicle use in the city of Watsonville. Our commitment also on top of our new headquarters on 519 Main Street is also 95% all run on our own solar. The project started before the end of Monterey Community Power, or else we would have had the benefit of that. But we have our own solar for future use as well in our organization. So I hope that you really take a look at this CARB grant opportunity, because we were able to leverage Measure D funds, $100,000 to get almost $300,000 into this community. And we were also able to improve and enhance the community through the access of electric vehicle use. And part of this grant funds us to help support cities actually to apply to the CARB grant. So this is not the local air resource board, this is the state air resource board, to apply for maintenance vehicles, other types of utility vehicles that can be used and adapted in the future. So we're more than welcome to kind of walk anyone through going through the process, and then we have contacts at the state level that help support the ongoing support of other future grant opportunities. And I apologize for the confusion about the PowerPoint.
Thank you very much
really
for,
nice.
for your report. Thank you.
Thanks.
Councilwoman Garcia?
I want to congratulate you on this grant and bringing this kind of service to Watsonville. It's wonderful. My question is, as your clients take advantage of this lift line and about the electric cars, are you also educating them about the benefits of what that means?
Absolutely. So part of this grant actually requires us to do a pre and post. And part of the outreach that we'll be doing once we get the vehicles here is actually educating folks about electric vehicle use. So there's a lot of misconceptions around electric vehicle use. One, that they're way too expensive, I can't afford it. But they don't account for the maintenance savings and for the cost per fueling savings. Once you actually do the math, it's actually a cheaper option than some fossil fuel vehicles. And there are many types of vehicles depending on your personal use, right? If you're working in the city or working around town, you can get away with a Nissan Leaf. Now, the reality is if you're going over the hill, you're going to need something with more extended range. And so that's where the cost comes in. But there are plenty of affordable options. And so part of the education will be to make sure people know about those as well.
Councilwoman Kaufman-Gomez?
Thank you. I know that you just touched briefly on the funding going to WIC and whatnot, and I know that that isn't the majority of this topic here, but, you know, we have a federal shutdown. WIC is a federal program, and we need to know what we need to tell the public about what we need to do as a result of having those services, not having those services, what impact it's having with this partial government shutdown.
Yeah, so it's a lot of pass-through that comes through the state. So the state WIC office actually manages a lot of the funding. And actually they were foreseeing any issues like this that could potentially happen and have enough resources and funds to cover all coupons and all programming up to the end of March. So they won't be reissuing any coupons after April 1st, but we hope that we don't have to wait till that day in order for families to get access to food coupons. And SNAP-Ed is 1 month ahead, meaning they have till the middle of February, essentially, till the end of February to get SNAP, which is a different type of subsidy.
Thank you.
Councilman Hurst?
Thank you, Executive Director Cancino, for being here this evening. And I'm sorry we didn't get the PowerPoint, but I hope you'll send that along to us because we would like to see it. I just want to say, as a director of the Monterey Bay Air Board, and your cooperation with those folks and the state folks is really essential. They're kind of under siege locally because we don't have a whole lot of air pollution here compared to other parts of the state. And so resources don't always come to us as plentiful as in other locations that have a lot of real serious air pollution problems, as well as the generators of the air board gets its money, they impose fees on polluters, and we've been making a lot of progress on air pollution in the region, and so that means their resources shrink up a little bit too. So it's a big challenge. Thank you for investing in Watsonville, and it really is an investment with not only your facility, but also with your focus on greenness and sustainability. So we say thank you very much.
Right. Thank you for the opportunity, and thanks for the time, and I'll look forward to sending you all the PowerPoint so you can see the rest of what our agency does in the city of Watsonville.
We're very proud to have Community Bridges here in Watsonville. You guys do great work, and we congratulate you again on the great work you've done so far. Thank you. Okay, so now we will move to closed session. Public comments regarding the closed session agenda will only be accepted by the City Council at this time. And seeing none, we will now recess to discuss the items in the closed session statement attached to the agenda, and we will see you at 6:30. Good evening. Buenas tardes. Welcome everyone to your chambers. Bienvenidos al concilio del pueblo de la ciudad de Watsonville. Si ocupan cualquier aparato para traducir, hay disponible aquí. Si lo ocupan, if you need any device for translation, feel free to ask for one. We have plenty for everyone, so that everyone can keep up with the with all the items and the conversations that are taking place on the agenda. We will start off with a roll call from the clerk.
Kaufman Gomez.
Present.
Garcia. Gonzalez.
Present.
Hernandez.
Present.
Hurst.
Here.
Parker.
Here.
Estrada.
Here. Thank you. And now we will have the Pledge of Allegiance. Ms. Councilwoman Ari Parker, if you can lead us, please.
All right.
Those,
Please stand. Ready? Salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may
Thank
be
you.
seated.
We will now move on to item 9, presentations and oral communications. If the public would like to comment on something not on the agenda, please remember to get a little blue slip from the front. Make sure to add your name, your information, put it up on the podium. When you're up here, just remember to introduce yourself, your first and last name, and let us know if you're in one of our districts. We always like to know, like to see our constituents out here, and we want to make sure we listen to you. And so we will begin with oral communications from. Do we start with public or council? From the public. Welcome.
I'm the owner of Watsonville Cyclery here in Watsonville, and I am here this evening to present you with a petition from a lot of locals about a pump track getting built in Ramsey Park. This will benefit the city for a lot of youth, give them something to do, and also adults. Let me see, I wrote this down. And this will help promote tourism here in Watsonville as well. So thank you for considering. What do I do with this?
Give it to Erwin, please. And we thank you for your time.
Good evening, City Manager Huffaker, Mayor Estrada, City Council. Hello, Ari. Good to see all of you. Happy New Year to all of you. I come here this evening to request that Measure G, as soon as possible, be implemented. As you all are aware, one very notable incident in the newspaper dealing with mental health issues, and the police are dealing with them daily when I talk to them. Virtually every officer has dealt with someone who's having mental health problems. And we love our police, God knows we do, they're wonderful people, but they're not trained to diagnose or treat the mentally ill, and we need to get over the fact that the mentally ill are somehow supernaturally cursed or cursed by God. These are illnesses that can be cured or at least kept in check. Measure G promised us that it would build a mentally ill or drug-addicted health intake center, one in Santa Cruz and one in Watsonville. Now, we have to depend, of course, on the county probably to make the first move, but since our county supervisor has two gears, park and neutral, it's going to require the city leadership to get on the dime to get this done, and we really need it because, as we all know, these poor individuals, they're talking to themselves, they're suffering from delusions and hallucinations, much like Donald Trump, except these people actually are sick. Well, of course, he is too. Nonetheless, we're not going to worry about the orange troll in the White House. We need to take care of our mentally ill citizens or residents here in Watsonville because they deserve the chance to become full functioning citizens, residents to their full measure. And having having lost both parents to mental illness, we don't want to Reaganize this population. We don't want to throw them out of hospitals onto the streets, which we did all through the late 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, and into the 21st century. So I'm hoping all of you will work with the city, with the county supervisors, to get this Measure G implemented and get a mentally ill treatment center for those people who really need it. And I thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Trujillo.
Good evening, Mayor Estrada and council members. My name is Susie Merriam. I'm the Community Development Director, and I'm here tonight with some good news, an introduction of our new Assistant Director Building Official. This is Rob Allen. Just wanted to introduce him to all of you. He is most recently from the city of Gilroy. He was with the city of Gilroy as the building official for a couple years, but he has over 30 years of experience in building inspection, plan review services, and as a building official. And he hails mostly from Minnesota and Wisconsin. So if you do get a chance to talk to him, listen closely for the accent. I just want to welcome Rob to the city and thank you for your time.
Welcome, Mr. Allen.
Thank you very much for having me. I really do appreciate it. I'm going to enjoy working here in Watsonville. I'll do my very best to serve the residents of this community and to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Allen.
There's a button.
Podium will lower.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Patrick Klein. I'm a general pediatrician here in Watsonville, and I'm here to endorse the traffic safety plan that will be considered later this evening. The pediatricians in our office have reviewed it and feel like it is going to help us to make sure that we can get adults out on the streets riding their bicycles safely. And from a pediatrician's point of view, we're going to encourage our kids to follow the recommendations that are seen in the traffic plan, as well as giving them the overall idea that adults and kids can get on their bicycles and get around town safely without being hurt.
Thank you.
Hello, Council. I'd love to thank you. My name is Dorothy Wise, and I'm the Executive Director for the Santa Cruz Symphony. And I just wanted to, first of all, invite all of you to our concert this coming weekend. And I just wanted to let everybody know that because of the shutdown, we are offering free tickets to any federal employees that have been affected by the shutdown. All they need to do is come to the concert with their federal ID or their government ID, and they will get a free ticket to our concert. In the meantime, I hope that all of you will please come, and I have some flyers for all of you, so I will give them to the clerk. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Say the date and time.
Could she state the date and time?
Could you state the date and time for everyone again?
I'm sorry, it is January 27th, this coming Sunday, at the Mello Center at 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Good evening, Mayor Estrada and council members. Normally, I approach you as Rayvon Williams, Director of the airport, but tonight I'm coming before you in a different role. I have my two associates with me. What you may not know is that in 2013, I became a member of the local chapter of the American Red Cross, which is for San Benito, Monterey, and Santa Cruz County, excuse me. Last July, in July of 2017, I was the vice chair, and this July, I'm the chairman. But also what you may not know is both Chief Beretta and Assistant Police Chief Sims are also on the board. So out of the entire staff, which is 8 paid staff based out of Carmel and 680 volunteers, we support the Red Cross mission across the 3 counties. What I'm here tonight to do is to gather your support for the following. Leveraging, always looking at an opportunity to leverage, to leverage everything airport-wise. We are conducting a blood drive, and I would like to encourage the council members, the staff, and the citizens of Watsonville to join us on February 16th. We're going to be hosting it at the EAA hangar, And the backstory for this is as follows. Every year we conduct hangar inspections. And as a tenant appreciation effort, we service the hangars, the fire extinguishers at no cost. We partner with the fire department to ensure that we're doing the right thing from a fire marshal perspective. And if need be, we work with the police department to ensure compliance. But one of the things that we wanted to do is we wanted to have a two-way street. So we're giving to the airport tenants a service, and we're asking them to give back to the community via a blood drive. And I would hope that you would consider joining us as we do our, we give you one, you give us one. So thank you very much, and I hope to see you on February 16th.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. I'm Nancy Bilasich, the former District 7 representative, but your current Zone 7 representative. And I wanted to give you a little bit of an update. There was a meeting last week for Zone 7. It was held in Santa Cruz. And there was a contract issued with Peterson and Bernstead to help with the project management, all of the activities, the governance, the financing, reviewing the analysis of the model, working with the Army Corps of Engineers for the levee project. Zone 7 is anticipating a final Army Corps Pajaro feasibility study to be completed or started in March. I guess completed more so because we're expecting a report. The Army Corps is going to develop the requested work plan, funding for the pre-construction engineering and design for the Pajaro project. Zone 7 staff is doing a study also on the Shell Road pumping station. There's a station there, I don't know if you know, but when it rains, it's flooded there in that area. It will cost a lot of money, probably a couple $1 million, to make like a road over that, a bridge type thing. But we're looking at the pumping station, and it's working well right now, even though there is flooding there, because they're two separate things. And then Zone 7, Mary Bannister was added to the board. She was the former general manager for the Pajaro Valley Water Management Agency, so she's going to be joining the board. Zach Friend was appointed chair again, and I will continue to be the vice chair. But I just wanted to give you an update when we have meetings, so I'll try and come once in a while and let you know. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bilasich, and we thank you for your continued service to the city.
Finally, a podium that's not so high, I have to tippy-toe. Good evening, my name is Celia Organista. I live at 133 Crown Road. Although I am late, I'm here to congratulate the newly elected city council members. I'm sure that you know the responsibility and the privilege that you have as an elected official. I wish you great success. Congratulations to our new mayor. Your victory shows that old-fashioned one-to-one community campaigning still works. I'm confident your supporters are very proud of you, as am I. Congratulations, Councilmember Garcia. That in spite of efforts by some individuals, including Trina, Lowell, Felipe, to unseat you, your district soundly reelected you, basically saying you're doing a good job. You're doing what you're supposed to be doing. Basically saying we trust what you're doing and keep it up. The community knows that you are not interested in using your seat to run for higher office. The community knows that you're not in office to go around town like a peacock with your feathers all spiked up, full of self-importance. Your community knows that your commitment and your focus is and always has been what's best for Watsonville and its residents. I really hope that the new city council members have the same goal and the same dedication. Thank you and good night.
Thank you. Anybody else like to approach the podium to address council? Okay, before we move forward, just an announcement. We have more devices for translation if you need them. Tenemos más aparatos para traducir si se ocupan. Who do they look to ask? Over there. Okay. So just so that everyone, again, can follow with the meeting. Now we will move to communications from the council. We'll start with Councilwoman Ari Parker. And
one of the thoughts I had at the very beginning, and I know the mayor and I discussed this a long time ago before we were even sworn in, is to keep my remarks brief. So I would like to thank our city manager, Matt Huffaker, for taking us through the paces. And it's a steep learning curve when you get on this council. And he took us through every single department. And up, downstairs, and places. I mean, I've lived here my entire life, and places I didn't know that existed. And it's pretty amazing what staff is doing with very little resources sometimes. And I appreciated the eye-opening experience. I look forward to a new year. I look forward to serving my community with the help of a lot of wonderful community activists that we have. And I thank you very much. That's it.
thank you. Councilman Hurst?
Thank you very much, and congratulations to the new mayor and the new vice mayor as well, and to Ms. Parker. You know, public service is very important in this community. It's important in every community, and so I hope that that'll be a role model for others to step up and continue to volunteer and to help out and to all do our day of service. And we've just came out of the Martin Luther King weekend where many people did do days of service. And there was a march in Seaside that I thought about going to. And I was at the Women's March in Santa Cruz, but I was a little late to actively, fully participate. But I saw what was going on there. And so I thought, you know, what can I do in the community rather than go outside and have lunch in a different city? I thought, well, I think I'm going to take my dog for a nice long walk through the slough trails with a big trash bag and see how much trash I can pick up in a 2-hour walk. And sure enough, I had 6 bags of trash, and fortunately there are receptacles in the slough trails and on some of our city streets too, so I was able to offload those bags of trash into the municipal receptacles. And that was my day of service, and I certainly was pleased that my wife could join me, and we got the dog a little good walk too. You heard about the blood drive. This is really important, and it brings home to me what happened to my wife when we were Peace Corps volunteers. She had to have about 6 units of blood in New Delhi, India, and who stepped up but the Marine Corps guards at the U.S. Embassy, and so that's why she's so tough. She's full of Marine blood to this very day. We heard about flood control. We don't know what's going to happen with the weather. We really need to make sure that we support the Dr. Bilicic and our Zone 7 folks and really bring it home to the Army Corps of Engineers and fully engage with them regarding flood control. And so I say, congratulations again. I'm glad to see a full audience here this evening. I think there's some really important things that we're going to discuss, and you know, the council is going to have my full cooperation here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman Hurst. Councilman Hernandez?
There's a few things that I attended over the weeks we didn't have the council meeting. I know that the Chamber of Commerce was pretty busy this month with the CalStar Air Mobile Ambulance that's now based in Watsonville. They had the Santa Cruz Naturals that had their grand opening last week as well that I attended, and Caliber Collision within the district that came in that's had their grand opening last week as well. I got the opportunity to attend a really great event that had over 300 people. It was the RTC's grand opening of the trestle, the trail portion of the trail and rail section in Santa Cruz near the boardwalk. A lot of people attended. It was a who's who, and I'm glad that the community is completely behind that project. I wanted to talk about some of the things that are happening locally. I know if you guys know that just recently today, just before the meeting started, there was a bike collision that happened, a serious bike collision that happened just downstairs. It's right at our doorstep of City Hall, so, you know, it's, I think that when it comes to bike and pedestrian safety, we really need to focus on things that we're not focusing on, and things like the bike lanes, green bike lanes that people see, the lighted crosswalks. We really need to step up the pace, you know, beyond just education. We're doing education a lot. As a matter of fact, we doubled the funding that we give to educate young people, thanks to former council member Nancy Bilicic as well, that suggested we do that. But we do have to do things that we're not doing that are tough because they take a lot of money. We're having a big event that's coming up in February. We're inviting all the families to the Peace and Unity March. And we started this event way back in '94, at the time that we were having a lot of loss of lives due to gang violence. Specifically, incident that took place that 13-year-old and a 9-year-old girl were shot and killed, Jessica Cortez and Jorge Cortez in Pájaro. So we're going to be having that Peace and Unity March, and we want to invite everyone, probably including bike and pedestrian families that lost their loved ones due to bike and pedestrian collisions, because we haven't had very many loss of life due to gangs in the recent years. But I want to invite everybody to this event that's happening on Sunday, February 10th, from 11 to 2 o'clock. We're going to meet here at the plaza, and I'll bring more information and details about that as well. The information is also on Facebook under the Peace and Unity March, Watsonville Peace and Unity March. We're trying to get everybody to participate that has either a family or friends of lost loved ones that have died in domestic violence, gang violence, like I said, bike and pedestrian violence as well. So if you can make it out there, thank you. That concludes my remarks.
Thank you, Councilman Hernandez. Councilman Gonzalez?
I'm going to make mine short. First of all, congratulations to the new councils. I know it's a lot of hard work. I've been there. And also those that run and aren't elected, they put in a lot of time also. So, and I encourage them to continue to participate with the city. I wasn't here to be able to attend to the Salvation Army board that I belong to, because I was out at a conference in Sacramento for the newly elected mayors and councilmen, which actually helped me out in looking at things a little bit differently. One of the things was they emphasized was be nice to the staff, and I can understand that. They work hard, and be prudent on what we're doing, because you know we're responsible for the safety and the well-being of the community. With that, again, I'll say thank you to all that participate, and we'll move on.
Thank you, Councilman Gonzalez. Councilwoman Kaufman Gomez?
Thank you. I want to welcome everyone back. I know we have a large audience, and I know you want to move forward, so I'll be as quick as possible. I'm part of the Regional Transportation Commission, and what this is telling us what we want to do for plans for the next 20, 30 years out on our roads and streets. And it was a big event for us to go ahead and have a vote on this past week, which was to support all the different modalities that we could possibly do to move us around this county, whether it's a bus and figuring out what we need to do with that, the street improvements, the road improvements, moving people in this county. And this is basically just about short of $1 billion plan for what your Senate Bill 1 money is going to be used for, so that gas tax, as well as your Measure D funds, to be able to leverage that for the improvements that we need here. Mass transit in the corridor. So we're moving forward on the feasibility of really if it's going to be the train or the bus that's on there. You also see that there's a lot of movement of the train cargo that's here. We have the freight service that's very active in this community. So that's another layer of what we need to think about when it comes to public safety, because we're not used to trains around here, but now we're going to be seeing them a lot more frequently, moving cargo around. So the Walker to Lee Road, Beach Road area, be more conscientious of looking out for that other modality that we have on the streets here. So keep in mind that we'll seeing a lot more activity here for the moving the public here in the future. And includes also the trails that we're putting together. We're really being aggressive so that you can get the bicycle out, you can get the trails going to walk through our areas in the neighborhoods, and integrating what we need to do to get people moving. I just want to leave a couple things here on the table about some events that are going to be coming up. We are honoring several people from our community at the Pajaro Valley and Agriculture Chamber of Commerce dinner. That will be on the first Saturday in February, and we're honoring Alex Solano, Lori Butterworth, Brad Hubbard, are the 3 or 4 that I can recall at this time. But we'd like to see as many of you there to go ahead and acknowledge them for what they've done for service for our community. We also have the symphony, which was mentioned just earlier, and that will be all for my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Kaufman-Gomez. Councilwoman Garcia.
Happy New Year. I had the opportunity to view a video presented by Regeneration Pajaro Valley Climate Action here in our own community room. It was facilitated by Bernie Sanders addressing climate change. One of his guests was a renowned scientist, and she was asked, what is the best means to address the crises? Because we are in a crisis, not a future crisis. We're in a crisis right now of the use of fossil fuel and climate change. And she had a very simple answer. She said, trees and photosynthesis. This led me to think that in District 5 at Pennsylvania Avenue, which has a high degree of traffic, had many trees and shrubs torn down by PG&E. I was in communication with one of our staff members who deals with greenery in Watsonville, and I asked for the map of our urban forest revitalization grant, where 300 trees will be planted in the city of Watsonville. And there are a few trees that will be planted in District 5, in District 1, and in District 2. However, there are other high traffic areas in District 5, in addition to Pennsylvania, that need trees and shrubs. Those areas include Clifford, Lincoln, and Eastlake. And so it would be very beneficial that in terms of climate change, that trees and shrubs be in those high traffic areas. So I asked the staff person that for future grant applications, that we emphasize areas where trees can help with climate change. Secondly, I met with Tori Del Favero, who is the partnership specialist for the U.S. Census Bureau. She will be supporting the Watsonville City Complete Count Committee to assure that every resident is counted, which includes people of all ages, including children, all races, ethnic groups, citizens, and non-citizens. As we know, the census provides power through governmental representation, and it also provides a lot of federal funding for education, housing, healthcare, food, job training, and transportation. For every resident not counted in Watsonville, we lose $2,000 per year for 10 years. That's a lot of money that would not be coming to Watsonville for all those not counted. We received a report from staff that we have begun to organize a complete count committee, which will have representation from education, nonprofits, business employment, faith-based communities, youth-focused organization, government, media, and others who may want to join. Their focus will be to educate, encourage, and engage hard-to-count groups and those who are not motivated to respond to the census. And so I'd like to ask the city manager and our deputy city manager when you will begin to place on our website and on our social media information about the census so our community can begin to be informed.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members.
Tamara Vides, Deputy City Manager. We have our next complete count meeting with community organizations that will be helping our communication efforts. It's scheduled for February 5th, at which time we are planning to discuss some of the key messages that we want to start kind of disseminating, and at which point we will have some information to place on our website. So thank you for the question.
Good, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilwoman Garcia. And I would just like to take a moment real quick to thank current council, the council and former council members that have taken the time to talk to me and guide me in this transition. It's been a lot. But I'm very grateful for your help and for the city staff as well. I thank you. And I thank the people that continue to look for me and the people that keep sending me messages and people that keep wanting to meet with me. I encourage all of you to continue to reach not only me, but every member of council. We're here to serve. We're here to work for you. And so I'm very moved when I get invited to read to young children at the library, or a group wants to talk about parks, or just really anything. So I encourage you to please look for us and to talk to us. And I'm really, really happy to see all of you here tonight. I hope this isn't a one and done deal. I hope to see you back in February and in March and moving forward. And I just wanted to say that I really enjoyed the League of City trainings that we went to Sacramento. We saw a new generation of leaders emerge in this last election. We saw a lot of working moms that I was really impressed. Young people, people of color, people of the LGBTQ community, just people wanting to do some good in their community. So that really inspired me, and I was really honored to meet Robert Rivas and Bill Monning, and we're working on those soccer fields that I told people we were going to get. So a lot of good is happening. So again, I encourage all of you to stay connected to your government and to not forget about us. Great. Now we will move on to item 9B, report out of closed session. Mr. City Lawyer.
Thank you, Mayor. The council considered and received reports on all three items, 2 labor items and the 1 real estate matter in tonight's closed session, but took no final action on any of the 3 items.
Thank you. Moving forward, we will now move to item 9C, presentation of check in the amount of $5,318.65 in support of Second Harvest Food Bank's Hunger Heroes campaign by city employees through fundraising efforts. Okay, Tamara?
All right, good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Tamara Vides. Again, I'm very proud to be here tonight to share with you a very brief video and share with you our efforts in being local hunger heroes in support of Second Harvest Food Bank. This holiday season, our city employees took the challenge, and every department took the challenge of let's help fundraise to eliminate hunger in our community. And we led different efforts from collecting donations of food cans and money during our Holiday in the Plaza event, like during the snow day, putting buckets in each of our departments that are facing the public, just making sure that reminding people to donate to the food bank. Setting up a digital portal so that people could donate online to Second Harvest. And then I want to share with you some brief pictures on our efforts. And we took this seriously. As you can see, we definitely dressed the part as Hunger Heroes. I think if you click play, it will maybe mute it, but yeah, go ahead. So you can see in our efforts, we visited different departments. I don't know why it's not moving, but 1 second. But it was a lot of fun to kind of be creative in how we can raise funds to support an effort that's definitely worthwhile. And we organized barbecues in our municipal service center, so employees organized barbecues. We went to eat. We organized a pozole sale You're going to see some of the pictures. That's when we were going around to all departments, encouraging them to be heroes and donate. And that's pictures of our barbecue as Municipal Service Center. So we had the opportunity to have lunch all together while we were donating, and the proceeds of that effort were being donated. That's one of our immigration meetings that we were able to cater. Councilmember Garcia enjoying her pozole there. So it was a lot of creative approaches to being able to fundraise money, and I'm just very proud to be able to present this check. So I want to call Araceli and Jan here from the Second Harvest Food Bank, who are here to receive this awesome check on behalf of all our city employees. We were able to raise $5,318.65 with all those efforts together. But that translates to a very significant number of 21,276 meals that for every dollar raised, 4 meals, the food bank is able to provide 4 meals. And I know you guys want to take an awesome picture to take back. I'd like to invite all my colleagues, department directors or city employees that are here, come over. Let's take a group picture, because this was a team effort, and everybody took that challenge, so it was great.
We'll invite the council to come down as well.
Yeah, they'll come here, and we can. You're gonna take the picture. Yeah, we'll fit. Yeah, come over. We'll fit. Yeah, we'll fit.
Here, come on, guys.
Oh, shall we?
Okay. You don't have to. I'll go in between. Okay. You guys want to come on this side?
Okay.
At 3. 1, 2, 3.
Hero.
I'd like to thank the mayor and the council for having us here today. Last year, the city of Watsonville raised about $1,100, and that about 5,000 meals. And this year, they raised over $5,000 and over 24,000 meals. This is not just the city council or the electeds or the appointeds, but it's the everyday people that are working in Watsonville that are doing that. And that's what this community is about. I live here now, and I'm so proud to call Watsonville my home, because I see the dollar bills that came in, the quarters that came in, the pozole that was sold. I hear you guys even had a happy hour. And it was the enthusiasm of this city that I live in and the generosity that means so much. We serve healthy food to 55,000 people every month. We raise over half of the food we need during this holiday food drive. And our thanks to you for your leadership in this. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Francisco and Rebecca and Trina, and the rest of you on the city council that are always there. Lowell, who always shows up to almost anything we have in the community.
What they say.
So thank you. I can't thank you enough.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're very privileged to have Second Harvest Food Bank in our community. I go to a lot of meetings, and it seems like you're at every meeting. you know, and you're just doing great work. You're supporting the community. You're supporting great people, and we thank you. We thank Willie and his team and everyone at Second Harvest. Please keep doing what you're doing, and you can always count on the city of Watsonville to be there for you. Thank you. Hey. Moving on. We are now moving on to item 10, public hearings, ordinances, and appeals. 10A, consideration of introduction of text amendments to Title 14 of the Watsonville Municipal Code for the addition of Part 7, establishing the mobile home park exclusive use overlay district, amend Chapter 1, clarifying regulatory controls over mobile home parks, and amend sections 11-2.03 of Chapter 2 of Title 11, clarifying objective design review standards for a mobile home located on a single-family residential lot. We will begin with staff report.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, members of the public. I'm Justin Meek, Principal Planner with the City of Watsonville. As you see, we're handing out some of the proposed text amendments, just so you have track changes shown on, so you can see some of the small changes that were made to the zoning code as well as Chapter 11 as well. So that's what's going on right over there. Just as a broad overview, I just want to, for the benefit of the new members as well as members of the public, and at the direction of the city attorney, just highlight that the decision before you tonight is a legislative, not a quasi-judicial or adjudicative decision, in that we're amending the code language as opposed to reviewing, say, a use permit or design review permit for your consideration. With that, there are some findings for amending the code, but they are they're not as extensive as for when you have a use permit, and they generally involve making sure that the proposed changes are consistent with the general plan and existing and planned development nearby. The zoning code may be amended from time to time, subject to the general welfare and good zoning practices. As part of it, it's reviewed by the Planning Commission. That's part of their role. And this item went before the Planning Commission on November 6th, which they made a formal recommendation, which included the required findings, which I've just put on the screen here just for everyone's benefit, since no one has this memorized. That the proposed amendment is consistent with the policies embodied in the general plan, and the proposed amendment is compatible to the extent possible with the actual and general plan use of adjacent properties. The text amendment that was brought before was initiated by the zoning administrator to be consistent with the following goals, policies, and objectives of the adopted housing element, namely to conserve and preserve existing affordable housing stock, and to do so, there's policies and objectives to bring before the council an exclusive use zoning district for the purpose of protecting existing mobile home parks. These apply to the non-existing parks within the city's boundaries, which provide over 900 affordable homes. What's being mainly provided before you tonight is a new section to the zoning code in Chapter 14-16. New Part 6 will be provided, and that provides the permitted uses, the conditionally permitted uses, some special exceptions, and prohibited uses within this overlay district, along with establishing development standards, and in so doing, it references existing language in Title 11, as well as providing for a requirement of a design review permit for any new development, as well as remodels and additions. When staff looked at Chapter 11, we took the opportunity to also propose some clarifying language to Chapter 1 in Title 11, as well as a section in Chapter 2 in Title 11. And as you'll see, this involves providing some clarifying language to the controls for mobile home parks that are currently in the city's municipal code. And what's in your packet before you now is you see the strike through and changes where we clarified issues around utility lines, parking, emergency access, and so forth. And then in the next chapter of Title 11, we made sure that the standard is objective. And this is because of new state law SB 35, which requires that for any multifamily housing, that you can't have any discretion, that is, any administrative permits providing any discretion to the zoning administrator in deciding a permit. So therefore, we made sure that the objective was, the design requirement was objective and not discretionary, to make sure that we're consistent with new state law. We've received some letters of support from these three individuals, which you can see here as well as here. These are actually from the banking community, in which they highlight the importance of this measure to protect existing mobile home parks, because it provides some assurances and them providing loans that are not considered risky. I mentioned before, the Planning Commission reviewed this item before you on November 6th. They adopted Resolution 11-18, recommending that the City Council establish this new residential manufactured home overlay district, as well as making the clarifying edits to Title 11 to the local standards and regulations for mobile home parks, and clarifying the objective design standards for a mobile home park located on a single-family lot. I should also mention that during that meeting, there's a number of people in attendance, like tonight. They, in general, were supportive of it. They did had some clarifying questions, one of which had to do with the city's rent stabilization ordinance. And I just want to make sure that you're also aware that in Chapter 3 of Title 11, the city has an existing mobile home park rent stabilization ordinance, which was adopted approximately 30 years ago. And if you have any further questions concerning that, we have Special Legal Counsel Will Constantine, who's with us tonight, if you want to discuss that further. In making that recommendation, the Planning Commission made the following two findings: that the amendments are consistent with the policies embedded in the general plan, and the proposed amendment is compatible to the extent possible with actual and general plan uses of the adjacent properties. So staff's recommendation is that the City Council introduce the following four ordinances to amend the zoning code in Chapter 14-16 to establish the new residential manufacturing home park district, which is an exclusive use mobile home park district. Adopt an ordinance to amend the zoning map to formally create the overlay district, and make the clarifying amendments to Chapters 1 and 2 in Title 11 concerning local standards and regulations and mobile homes on single-family lots. With that, I conclude my presentation and open up to any questions that the council may have.
Thank you. Councilwoman Kaufman-Gomez?
Sure. You mentioned that there's 900 homes. Is that the maximum potential we have in terms of any kind of additional units that we may have the capacity to add what our current inventory is?
That just reflects the existing housing stock within the city limits itself. So let me unhide this. So these are the 9 mobile home parks, their addresses, and the number of homes existing within those parks.
So it doesn't necessarily tell us what expansion potential might be from these locations?
No, the purpose of this is to help protect these home parks from being converted.
Certainly, but I'm just, in terms of the number of units and the impact this decision has on how many families, I just don't know, with the density factor, if we're looking at affecting more families because there's some expansion potential. That's why I was asking about the number and whether any of these parks.
I've not received any inquiries about expanding anything mobile home parks.
Would this ordinance be a new property if there was ever one identified, or are we limited in terms of a location that may be large enough to do another park to use and have this ordinance comply?
Well, if a property owner wanted to propose a mobile home park, that would be a new project like any residential project that we would consider. This would not preclude them from doing so.
Thank you. And I know that safety is always one, and I've had dialogue back and forth with staff over the safety concerns of these parks, that I want to make sure that we have everything there for the purpose of safety for the residents in these parks as well.
Councilwoman Garcia.
You called it rent stabilization ordinance, but in fact that's rent control. Could we have a report so the public knows what that is?
Well, my general understanding is that the rent stabilization is a way to ensure that they can't have large rent hikes for mobile home park renters.
That is a given, but how much in terms of hikes? Can you tell?
I'd have to report back on that to you. It's in our rent stabilization ordinance for mobile home parks, but it has to do with a fair rate of return and a couple other.
Could you get back
Sure.
to me? And I really want because you often use the word that the mobile homes were affordable. And part of the reason they're affordable is because of our rent stabilization ordinance. And I just want the public to know what makes them affordable through this ordinance.
And Councilmember Garcia, I can elaborate on that a bit. So our rent stabilization does have a maximum rent increase as part of the ordinance, which restricts it to 70% of the maximum percentage of the consumer price index change, or 5% of the existing rent, whichever is less in any particular year.
Okay. Good. Okay, thank you.
Councilman Gonzalez.
Yeah, I have a question in regards to, we're adding a part to residential manufactured home park district. And looking at the 9 parks we have, they're mobile home parks. Is there a reasoning behind? Is it, I mean, I guess, because we're amending this so it states that the residential manufactured home park districts, we're establishing these.
Are you having a question about the term manufactured homes versus mobile
Yeah,
homes?
versus the mobile home park.
Mobile homes and manufactured homes are two different terms. I think it was 1976. Anything, mobile homes were developed prior to that. After them, they're referred to manufacturing home. We refer to them interchangeably.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that we, there wasn't somebody, just because there was manufactured homes, we're creating a new district.
Councilman Hernandez.
I wanted to piggyback a little bit on what Councilmember Trina Kaufman Gomez was alluding to about if, let's say, the owner, himself or a developer wants to improve the mobile home park, sort of like Front Street did at one point, would they be allowed to move on something like that? And I'm asking if it was also mobile homes too, but also what if it was a structure that actually was affordable housing and there was a guarantee that, the person can live there? Is there somewhere to accommodate improvements?
There's nothing in the proposed amendments that would preclude a mobile home park owner from making improvements to the mobile home park itself. There are some provisions that make it difficult for a mobile home park owner to convert to a different use that mobile home park and that's really what the protection is for mobile home park owners to evict all the tenants and turn it into some other type of project. Market rate housing or redevelop the entire site. So the Front Street Mobile Home Park was a little bit different because we did relocation assistance as we rehabbed that park, but that was part of an affordable housing project.
Councilman Hurst.
Perhaps staff can give us a little overview why this is important. I know the residents can speak to this, but why is it important? Because what has happened regionally as well as statewide on these issues?
Statewide on these issues, what's been happening is a lot of lawsuits, both for cities that do not have rent stabilization ordinances, that rents increase astronomically, or that mobile home parks turn to owner-occupied mobile home parks where they actually sell the spaces, or they just take out the mobile home park and put in more profitable uses.
So it's, in short, it's just another way to preserve affordable housing and provide opportunities for folks who already live in those homes, and prevent the conversion to some other use that might happen to be more profitable for the park owners or the landowners.
Correct.
Councilwoman Parker?
I just have a question on something that came up. This new zoning for it, would that preclude, if there is an area for expansion, if they decide not, can it only be mobile homes then that can be expanded in that zone? Or could
That's a principally permitted use. And so you'll see that under this new district, under permitted uses, it's mobile home park or manufactured home park, small family daycare homes, as well as park trails, open spaces, and other recreational uses. Things that were conditionally permitted might be churches, cemeteries, schools, daycare centers, as well as neighborhood community centers, emergency community towers, group foster homes, bed and breakfast establishments, and farm employee housing.
Okay.
I had a just quick question. You mentioned that you talked to the neighbors. How did you go about talk to the neighbors, get feedback?
We have an absolutely wonderful resource in our community. We've got William Constantine, who is an attorney with many, many, many decades. Well, not many, 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 but many. I don't want to date you or age you. But in working for mobile home parks and mobile home parks tenants' rights, so he's had a lot of experience in drafting regulations and working with local jurisdictions. And he also has a lot of contacts in our existing mobile home parks. So he did a lot of the outreach for us in both English and Spanish. And I think you can see the results here tonight in our audience.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from Councilwoman Kaufman-Gomez?
Do we have anything in this language for the enforcement of inspections on the landowners to ensure the safety for the residents? Is that part of a plan to make sure that there's at least a once a year Passover?
It's not part of this.
Okay. And if we were to do something like that, do you have some idea what that would look like, or if it's been imposed in other parks?
We do not have jurisdiction over any inspections in these parks. They're under the state HUD regulations, and so once the parks are established, they transition to state authority. So we don't have authority to do code enforcement or anything at these parks. So what we would have to do, if we were going to implement something like that, would be to actually take jurisdiction of the parks and responsibility for enforcement from the state. And so far, that's not been something we've had the resources or direction to do.
So if the families that are in the mobile home parks have those type of issues, I'm sure that there should be something posted for regulation on where they need to contact for those rights and to pursue those type of action.
Correct, and I'll let our attorney speak to that as well.
Thank you.
And I would also just add to that there is a regional HUD representative that individuals in the mobile home parks can contact. And at times when there are issues that come up, our staff work closely with our regional representative as well as property owners to try to resolve issues. But as Susie pointed out, we just simply haven't had the resources to fully take on full management and oversight of the parks.
Yeah, as long as we know that the consumer knows where to go for getting help and assistance.
Great. So now I'd like to open it up for a public hearing. If anybody would like to come up and make a statement or comment, please feel free. State your name, your last name. Let us know if you belong to any of the districts here.
Thank you. Dan Hernandez, 319 2nd Street, lifelong residence, 50 years on this block. Also former Parks and Rec Commissioner and former Non-Conforming Use Committee. the problem with, I'm not against the mobile homes. What I'm against is the services that they don't provide when in an emergency. They don't cover police. They don't cover fire. Yeah, you have to, if you live in any of these mobile parks, if you want the police to respond, you have to call the sheriff's office. Think about that. You can't call Watsonville PD. Services, safety, and the reason why, 49 Blanca Lane, former child advocate myself, problems of gangs in that area. No one can do nothing about it. Unfortunately, a child got beat almost to death there. Services. And I want to look at all of you in the face and say, would you live in a mobile park with gang problems that Blanca Lane has, and then something happens dramatically outside there, you got to call the sheriffs? Really? What if I live right next to the police department? I'm sorry. These are the realities. Safety should be first, not numbers. We can put a green belt and say we don't want no more growth, but that ain't the name of the game, right? It's all about pack them all in. I lived here all my life. You continue to grow at this rate, I'm going to say shame on you. Because you know what? The people like me who have families that lived here over 100 years, we're fed up. And if you think that I represent somebody, damn straight. But problem is, I'm not going to ask to have coffee with you. There'll come a time where you'll want to have coffee with me, and I'll be waiting. Wake up.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. Anyone else like to address the council?
Good evening. My name is Bruce Nichols. I live at Blanca Lane Mobile Home Park. I've lived there for 20 years. I am the appointed representative of the residents there. I've been president of the Homeowners Association for many years. Put together a flyer about this meeting, and I see a lot of my neighbors and friends are here, and we certainly support this. I believe this is probably the second most important legislation for mobile home parks that we've ever done in Watsonville, next to rent stabilization. This is going to save our mobile homes from threat of being thrown out or bought out. We will be there forever with this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nichols.
Sorry, I really just wanted to play with it. Creighton Mendeville. I'm the Executive Director and Directing Attorney for Senior Citizens Legal Services. We represent mobile home park residents for rent increases in the rest of the county and unincorporated areas. We have also worked with some of the parks listed here when the city is representing them in a rent control issue. We represent the city attorneys represent the city's interest, and we have stepped in to represent and talk to the residents about this. We have worked with some of the parks that were on the board before. Mobile home parks are important housing for Watsonville residents. They're certainly higher density, but they allow individual ownership for both seniors, laborers, and families in the community. It's a resource for Watsonville that the residents have a place to live in Watsonville, and these protections are essential for mobile home parks to thrive in the community. And the one thing I noticed from coming in here that mobile home parks represent is printed on the wall. It says, opportunity through diversity and unity through cooperation. And I couldn't think of another way to sum up mobile home parks than that. Thank you, and I wish that you support this.
Thank you, Mr. Mandel. Would anyone else like to come and address the council?
My name is Megan Rhodes. I'm the Chief Lending Officer at Bay Federal Credit Union. And I'm here tonight because Bay Federal, as many of you may know, is committed to the members of this community, and we are passionate in providing affordable housing financing in the community. And with this zoning amendment, this is going to assist not only all these families, the people that work in this community, but also allow Bay Federal to continue providing affordable financing and helping the citizens and the members of this community achieve home ownership. And we are the #1 lender in Santa Cruz County for mobile home financing. We've worked with many of these people in this room and in this community to assist them in achieving these lifelong dreams. So I'm hoping that all of you support this amendment to keep affordable housing here in Watsonville and allow us to continue providing affordable housing financing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rhodes. Anyone else like to address the council?
Good evening. My name is Tim Sinnott, and I live in Portola Heights Mobile Home Park. I'd like to thank the council, this council and previous councils. I moved to Watsonville in 1972 and lived in various places throughout Watsonville. I used to own the Casserly grocery store at Casserly and Old Mount Madonna Road. I worked at Watsonville Hospital for 5 years, the old Watsonville Hospital and the Alcohol and Drug Treatment Center. Spent 15 years at Dominican Hospital providing substance use treatment and mental health treatment at the psychiatric unit. And currently work at Elevate Addiction Services in Watsonville. I moved to Portola Heights in '95. I was a single father with 2 children, and it was the best viable option for me after going through a divorce. I was on the Homeowners Association in 2000, and we were dealing with what we perceived to be an unrealistic rent increase. And we came to the city council, and they supported us through the rent control legislation that was already in existence, and also with a previous park owner trying to pass on improvements to the residents that we had no say in. There were wonderful improvements, but I believe they wanted to increase the rent like $300 or $400 a month. It was very unrealistic. And anyway, the council at that time supported us. We used to refer to our mobile home park as the community by the park. As you drive down the hill, the pond, community by the pond. We have a beautiful pond there with a fountain in it, nice community room, et cetera, where all the safety postings are listed, including the HUD information if we need to contact them, just to answer your question. It's a real diverse, safe community. You know, I've lived there so long now. I raised my 2 children there and my grandson for the first 10 years of his life. And I know throughout the park there's probably many residents that have 4 generations of families in there. We have a lot of community events. It's very safe. I walk around at night. I tend to work odd hours, so I get home and I like to walk, get my miles in, and it's very safe, and I feel really supported there. I'm not sure what this gentleman was saying. Whenever I've had to contact the police always come, and also Watsonville Fire as well if anybody gets ill. Okay. So I just wanted to, say that, as one of the other gentlemen mentioned, it's a real important part of our community as a housing resource. As you know better than all of us, housing is such a big issue here. So I would really request you to support the ordinance, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Sinnott. Anybody else? Everyone is welcome. If you would like to come up and say something in Spanish as well, we welcome all comments. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Roberto Martinez. I live in Blanca Lane, and right now I'm a 4th-year student at UCSC studying biology to teach in this district. And this measure would support me and would allow me to give back to this community. I don't know if many of you ever seen a Hispanic science teacher. I know I never did. And the reason I want to teach is to give back and help. science is thought of as a elitist community, and I want to help break that down, but I can't do that if I can't afford to live here. If this does not go through and this isn't supported, then the community will change, and I won't be able to support the people I grew up with. So I hope this helps, and I hope you guys go through with this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. Anyone else want to address the council?
My name's Kirby Harris, and I live on Bridge Street, Watsonville. I just have a question, and it's probably kind of stupid, but I really don't know. On section 11-2.03, it talks about putting mobile homes on property where a single-family home had existed. Can you be a little more clear on what that entails? Is that anywhere in the city, or what is that?
I can quickly answer. So essentially, yes, mobile homes can be considered a single-family residence. So if you had a single-family lot in the city or a residentially zoned lot, you could put a mobile home on that. You could also, if you do have a single-family residence and your property meets certain eligibility standards, you could use a mobile home or a manufactured home as a second dwelling unit on a single-family residence as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harris.
Hi, my name is Alejandro Mata. I live on Blanca Lane also, and I'm a single father. My wife just passed away, and I have 5 kids. And it's going to be very hard for me if you guys don't support us for surviving and there. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mata. Anyone else would like to address the council?
Hi, my name is Drew Rogers. I live at Portola as well, like Tim, and District 5, and I'm fairly new here in Watsonville, although my sister has been here for almost 20 years. I'm very happy to have Watsonville as my new home, and consequently I'm plugging in, especially in this matter, because it's dear to most of us here, and hearing the young man who wants to teach, it's just, these are great reasons to support this, for those to be able to afford it, young and old. And our particular mobile home has children. My next door neighbor, believe she's in her 80s, and I talk to her quite a bit, make sure she's fine. And I really enjoy my community here. And, I'll be working with Watsonville and with Will Constantine to be a conduit for keeping more information going here in Watsonville. That was definitely not a stupid question at all. I think that was a great question you asked, because the mobile home, the idea of some people have very large backyards and perhaps their parents or grandparents or children, they need to expand and they can't afford another house. That's a great idea. And also I was wondering if that might also apply to tiny homes, which are also mobile. Some are and some are not mobile. And I've heard talk also about the possibility in Scotts Valley, not here, but in Scotts Valley, about having mobile home communities, which are very, very affordable as well. But anyway, that's something to think about and find out more about. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. And he is correct. There is no dumb question. There is no dumb comment. Hello.
Hello, my name is Alicia Diaz, and thank you for being here, for listening to all of us. I bought a mobile home 4 years ago. I'm working as a caregiver. I've been working for 7 years, saving all my money to buy a mobile home, which I did, and I'm happy for that. I pay for that. And I would like to continue helping people in this area, which I know there's a lot of need for people that need help. And if you support us, I'll happy to continue giving my support and my youth to people who need that. But if you don't support us, I mean, we're gonna have to maybe move out, or it's very expensive to pay for a rent, which I pay now $650 just for the space and bills. And if I rent an apartment, it will be $2,000 or more. So I like to please help us, and I'm representing and I live in Blanca Lane, 49 Blanca Lane, and there's a lot of people that are like 70 years, 75, and they're if you don't support us, they will have to move out. And I mean, young, I'm considering that I can maybe do something better in other towns or different cities, but I'm thinking a lot about them because they're not doing well healthy-wise, so they're gonna suffer more than us. So I'm happy to be here to listen, and I hope you can support all of us. Since I've been in Blanca Lane, my neighbors are like my family. We all love each other. We help each other. If we need a tomato or a pepper, we go knocking doors, and we always helping each other. So I'm happy that you can help us, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Diaz. Thank you. Anyone else like to address the council at this time? Okay, thank you all for your comments. Let me turn it back to my colleagues. Oh, Alan?
Mayor, I'd just like to take a moment here and give a shout out to Mr. Constantine. I don't know if you're aware, but way back in the day, I and some of the people who may be in the audience tonight worked on and got the present mobile home rent control ordinance adopted by the voters. And since that time, I've worked with Senior Citizen Center, and somewhere along the line, Mr. Constantine came along, and you just don't find people with that kind of knowledge, that skill set in small communities with the dedication that he has. And he's just been an incredible asset to mobile home owners and just the community in general to keep housing affordable. I think over the years, we've had 3 lawsuits challenging the ordinance, attacking the ordinance itself, and at least half a dozen fair rate of return hearings, which are extremely tedious, expensive, and you just have to be on your toes all the time. And he's just been an incredible assistance to staff and to the public in doing that.
Thank you. I'm going to turn it back to my colleagues. Councilwoman Kaufman Gomez.
Thank you. I don't know what we've got. I'm hearing in terms of the emergency services, the comment was the sheriff came in, even though we're within city limits. Can we get a little bit of a comment back on that? And then also, with the whole gang situation, do we have any pockets of situations that, as council, we should be aware of? I mean, Blanca Lane is, I'm representing you, and I am your council member, so you can always reach out to me if there are those type of concerns. But, and I haven't heard any when I have walked into your area at Blanca Lane. I've walked through to see many of you knocked on your doors. So I'm wanting to know about our safety concern there and our response that we have here for any of the incidents that may occur within the parks.
Yeah, Mayor and Council, I can speak to that real briefly. So our police department does respond, as well as our fire department and emergency services, to all calls for service at any of the mobile home parks within our city jurisdiction. And I want to make that really clear that if we get a call for service or an emergency call, we do respond to each and every one of those calls. In terms of overall gang activity, it's something the police chief could speak to more directly, but I can tell you that over the last few years, due to increased proactive work by our police department, we've seen low activity of gang activity and are not aware of any increased events along Blanca Lane or that area.
Thank you.
Councilman Gonzalez.
Yeah, I wanted to bring up the issue of Kirby, Mrs. Harrison, is that correct?
Ms.
About
Kirby
the
Harris?
single family home lots and being able to place one on a single family lot. Of course, it has to have the right dimensions for it to fit this.
Right zoning.
And the right zoning. Well, it's a single-family lot. According to what we're doing here, is we're gonna permit manufactured home or mobile home to be placed in a single-family lot.
Correct. That's already an allowance in our existing regulations. And that's come down from the state, and as well as the state regulations direct that cities treat or allow mobile homes as a possible type of additional dwelling unit. So obviously you would have to have the right dimensions and make sure that you can actually place a mobile home on your property and meet all of the setbacks and all the other regulations. But yes, it's possible.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to make sure we were clear on that, and that, not just because you had a single-family lot, you were gonna place small mobile homes on it.
Councilman Hernandez?
Another follow-up question to the questions from the public. The question about the tiny homes, are those allowed as ADUs as well?
I believe so. If you want to, there's only a maximum size limit on an additional dwelling unit. We don't necessarily have a minimum size.
Well, I'd like to find out. There's a lot of people here. They are probably from the mobile home parks. I'd like to see by show of hands who's here in support of this text amendment change to our ordinance, our code. All right. Good show. Thank you. That being said, I don't know if there's more comments, but I would like to move this item A, the consideration of introduction of text amendments to Title 14 of our municipal code.
I'll second it.
Including all its items, 5 through 8.
Okay.
I'll second it.
Okay. Before we do move forward, just give my colleagues a chance. Any more other questions or comments you wanted to make?
Yeah.
Lowell? Mr. Hurst?
I'm really pleased to see so many residents here this evening because this is pretty important. Our Rent Stabilization Act was very difficult to get through and even more difficult to continue to enforce. And I want to thank Mr. Constantine because he really brought bright light to all those hearings and all those appeals and all those very difficult, long, drawn-out processes. They're kind of designed to exhaust the residents and have them give up in some way. And so I don't think all mobile home park owners are evil or bad. Maybe in Southern California they are. This is what I hear. But I think, working together with the park owners and the residents, and this shows a real unified force here this evening, the fact that these many people turned out. And I've been really lucky to represent 4 different mobile home parks in my district, the Drop-In Travel Park, Green Valley Village, Colonial Manor, and Freedom. And way back in another century, I actually represented Rancho Cerritos. And so I became familiar with the issues of mobile home parks. And I got kicked out of a few of them for campaigning. Not all the managers were all happy to see me roll through. But to be able to represent real people in real homes, and they are real homes, and real community, and to provide that kind of cohesiveness that you're doing today, let's keep this bonding together because there's a lot at stake, and you guys need to work with each other, and you need to work with your managements too. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Parker, any comments?
Yeah. I just want to say, I think when we call it affordable housing, it was housing when I was growing up here. It was, how my friends, when we took the bus and they dropped them off from school, everybody got off and they went in. And so I think it's a jewel to have these in our city. And I think it's a very valuable thing. And I'm very appreciative of our staff who helped to craft this because I think it's a wonderful protection for that. So thank you very much.
Nicely said. And with that being said, I think we can move forward with a motion for item 10A, consideration of an introduction of text amendments to Title 14 of the Watsonville Municipal Code. Do we have a motion on the floor?
It was first and seconded. We're at the the comment before roll call. So the last comment that I'd like to make on this is genuinely support what we've got here for you in terms of the regulations and the protections that this is to ensure. And I'm sure that any of the owners of these developments are aware that you're here to stay, and we want to be able to allow that to happen, and that they had an opportune time. If there were any parts of that language that they had concerns with, I'm sure that they would have responded accordingly. So having said that, and I don't believe you're going to have an unexpected vote from any of us here.
Okay.
Really
Councilman-
short and last thing that I'm saying is I really want to encourage folks to really participate in their local mobile home boards. If they don't have one, form one maybe. Stay active in the community. This is a great turnout that you guys are. It's great that you guys are here because this is what community is. This is what moves cities forward. So thank you for being here.
Okay, so just for clarification, we have a motion by Councilman Hernandez to amend the text. We have a second by Aurelio Gonzalez. And can we get a roll call, please?
Kaufman Gomez.
Aye.
Garcia.
Yes.
Gonzalez.
Yes.
Hernandez.
Yes.
First.
Oh, yes.
Parker.
Yes.
Estrada.
Yes.
Go.
It passed.
Motion passes.
Motion passed, yeah. Thank you all. Congrats. Mr. Constantine, great job. And we hope you stick around for the next item, which is very important as well for all of us, and that's traffic safety. So we will move on to item 11, new business, 11A, traffic safety action plan.
Wow, we got Public Works, City Manager's Office, Police.
Looks like a priority. I'm gonna have to think up some new questions now.
I know.
Every department.
Okay. So who will be starting?
We have a lot of people out there.
Good.
Mayor and council, as folks make their way out, I'll go ahead and introduce the item tonight.
Thank you.
So before our team that we have in front of you gets started on the presentation, I wanted to take a minute to provide an introduction and some background on what has become one of our top priorities in Watsonville for the coming year. For the last several years, Watsonville has been known as one of the unsafest cities of our size in the state of California for serious pedestrian injuries and fatalities. It's not a list that we're proud to be on. And it's important to note that Watsonville is not the only community struggling with this troubling trend. In fact, in the last 2 years, pedestrian fatalities nationwide have hit a 25-year high, representing nearly 6,000 pedestrian deaths per year. And so communities like ours throughout the state of California and throughout the nation are struggling with how to address and change this, what is now becoming a public health epidemic. So as you'll hear tonight from our departments and our staff, we have been working hard to change this trend through a combination of focused enforcement, infrastructure improvements, and public education. However, despite these ongoing efforts, we continue to see an unacceptable level of pedestrian injuries over this past year. And in fact, I regret and am frustrated to inform you that just this evening we had another very serious accident involving a bicyclist right outside our offices here on Main Street that had to be medevaced to a trauma center this afternoon. So tonight we're bringing forward a comprehensive action plan that includes some non-conventional approaches. But it's important to also acknowledge that the city can't solve this problem on our own. And so you'll see tonight through this action plan, we're really focused on engaging our community to be part of the solution and to take some collective ownership and responsibility over changing this trend in our community. It's not just about unsafe driving or unsafe pedestrians or unsafe bicycling, we all need to take responsibility for being part of solving this problem together. So you'll see tonight, and I'm about to hand it over to our team, that we've put together a comprehensive set of actions targeting improving pedestrian, bicycle, and traffic safety in Watsonville. It's not something that we can change overnight, but we want to start the conversation this evening with the council and with the community. And over the course of the next 3 years, we plan on setting forth some actions that we think can change behaviors and make a difference in our community. So with that, I will hand it over to our staff.
Thank you, Matt. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Tamara Vides, Deputy City Manager, and I am only one of these comprehensive team in front of you this evening that will be covering some of the current actions and plan that we have in front of you for consideration this evening. As you can see, it's a team effort. This action plan will take our entire team working in partnership with the Watsonville Police Department, the Public Works and Utilities Department, as well as the City Manager's Office, to make sure that we are addressing this issue at every level to make sure that those pedestrian safety and traffic safety concerns are addressed. There's not one solution that works alone, right? We have the plan that we're bringing for your consideration tonight has the goal to establish a plan that develops new initiatives that supports infrastructure improvements, promoting the safety of pedestrians, bikers, and drivers in our city. As you heard from Matt, this pedestrian safety is a nationwide issue. It's not just Watsonville that is struggling with this. We acknowledge that there is a trend and a threat of public safety. And earlier this year, the city council joined other cities across the nation, establishing the Vision Zero mission, aiming to eliminate all pedestrian and fatal pedestrian and bicycle accidents by 2030. So that's one action that the council already took towards this goal. As you can see, traffic and pedestrian safety concerns in Watsonville, we have had those for several years. Dating as far back as 2009, Watsonville has been ranked one of the worst communities for major injuries and pedestrian fatalities in cities comparable to our size. And just in 2015, we ranked #1, again, something that we're not very proud of. But I'm going to turn over the mic to our police chief, David Honda, who will be sharing with the council some more details about our current statistics.
So, Mayor, council, members of the public, I'm going to go over some of the statistics to show you where we're at as a city compared to the nationwide stats. We'll talk about some of our current operations and what we're doing as your police department to curb this traffic accidents and fatalities. And then we'll talk about what we're doing moving forward. So if you look at this map, this is an accident density map, otherwise known as a heat map. And this last year in 2018, we had 501 total traffic accidents. 345 of those were reported non-injury accidents. 151 were injury accidents. And unfortunately, we had 5 fatalities, which is the highest we've had in years. Now, if you look at this map, this is all the accidents we've had in the city. And it goes by density. So the colors you see reflect how many accidents had occurred in those same areas. So the darker the color, for example, the orange, the red, and then the blue are where you have the most accidents in the same area. If you look at the red and the blue, those are where you have multiple accidents over time. So those indicate where the worst areas are. Now last year, last year, or at the State of the City, we talked about traffic injury accidents and fatalities. So going back a few years, I'm just going to update you on that slide. This is a bar chart. of our injury accidents going back to 2015. So in 2015, we had 178 injury accidents and 1 fatality. In 2016, it went up to 187 injury accidents and 4 fatalities. And this is right about the time we started focusing a little bit more on traffic. We increased our traffic unit by another officer, and we obtained some grants that we'll talk about later. And we started seeing a downward trend. So in 2017, we had 139, down from 187 injury accidents, and we were down 1 fatality to 3. And then we were looking at the same trend going into 2018. Unfortunately, towards the end of the year in December, we had just a huge spike in traffic fatalities and injury accidents. So we actually are on an upward trend. So if you look at the stats for the end of 2018, it's at 151 for injury accidents and 5 fatalities, which is unacceptable. So this next map is a PIN map, and this is just specifically looking at injury accidents, or excuse me, all accidents involving pedestrians. And when a car hits a pedestrian, it's really hard not to get injured. So we only had 2 that weren't injuries, but we had a total of 36 pedestrian-involved accidents, 4 of them which were fatalities.
Is there bike and pedestrian also, or that just
So,
pedestrian?
no, this is just pedestrians. Bicycles, we can't separate them in our current system, so they're considered vehicles.
Oh.
So
That's
we'll
weird.
we'll have to dig into our new system. Hopefully, we'll get a new system online with our new RMS system coming up this year, and we'll be able
And
to separate
skateboards
them.
like the one over here last month?
That would be a pedestrian accident.
Pedestrian accident.
Yes. So this one shows you the pedestrian accidents are a little more spread out, but if you look at the downtown area, there's a lot of them in the downtown area. But the important thing to look at is we had 5 fatalities, and 4 of them involved pedestrians. And those are highlighted in red. So 1 that happened on Airport Boulevard, 1 on Freedom, and 1 on Main Street. And then the 5th one, the 4th one was Harkins Slough. There was a 5th fatality that isn't shown on this map because it didn't involve a pedestrian, but that happened on Main Street as well. So all these stats are very important because it helps us determine where we want to focus our strategies, our tactics. So before I get into what we're going forward, I'm going to have Captain David Rodriguez. He oversees our patrol division as well as our traffic enforcement. He's going to highlight some of the things that we did over this last year, and then later on I'll cover some of the stuff we're going to do as we move forward.
Good evening, Mayor and Council and community members. Again, my name is David Rodriguez. I'm a captain. I oversee the traffic unit with the police department. And I just want to take a few moments to talk about what we're currently doing to address the traffic safety issues, and then highlight a couple points here. So towards the end of 2017 and throughout 2018, we did about 45 different enforcement operations. And those were due in large part to our OTS grant. Without those funds, we'd have a far less number of operations that we'd be able to do. So we did about 45 operations ranging from distracted driving, DUI saturation, and DUI checkpoints, general enforcement operations, and I'd like to highlight the pedestrian and bicycle operations we did. So we do them a number of ways. So some of them are focused on the actual pedestrian or bicyclist making a violation. So we're out there with teams looking for pedestrians, looking for bicyclists that are not being safe on the roadways. We're targeting them for education and also for citation purposes. On the other hand, we also do sting operations. The most recent one occurred on Airport, where we actually put undercover officers in crosswalks on the roadways and observe drivers committing violations, and then we address that through education and most likely citations. And through these efforts, we've been able to issue over 2,000 citations in that time period. A lot of them occurred going back to the density map on that Main Street, Freedom, Airport roadways. And as you can see here with this map, everything highlighted in blue is where we focused many of our operations, our enforcement operations. The signs in orange indicate our DUI checkpoints, and the stars indicate what I'll talk about in a couple slides, are our Walk Smart and Bike Smart programs, which those are more educational efforts rather than enforcement efforts. And something we've made a conscious effort to do as well is try to communicate with the community through social media. So through our website, through our new app that we unveiled towards the end of last year, also social media posts by way of our public information officer or member. So we've been really focused on either publicizing these events before they occur, but not only that, reporting back to the community on what we gathered from these efforts. So the next slide, we're going to show a video of an example of what we're doing to communicate our efforts with the community.
My God, I'm getting pulled over. I never get pulled over. I'm a good driver.
But even good drivers make mistakes.
And I saw a van to my left, and I thought it was turning left into the street or 7-Eleven.
It wasn't. The van had actually stopped for a pedestrian in a crosswalk.
By the time I passed the van on the right side, I noticed the pedestrian was like in front of the van. I freaked out. I went, oh my God, I almost hit that guy.
That guy just happens to be Sergeant Juan Trujillo, our decoy pedestrian for this traffic enforcement operation.
The most common thing was distracted drivers. Their attention was somewhere else rather than on the road. So we got to remind people, again, there's more to it than just themselves. That guy stops, and this guy just...
The operation focused on areas where we've seen one too many accidents involving pedestrians and cyclists. And listen to this, in 2018 we had 36 pedestrian accidents. 22 of those were caused by the driver.
So as you can see, the flashers are on, the pedestrian's in the middle of the intersection now, and that person in the red car actually was supposed to stop. So we're gonna go try and stop him now.
It's not just a matter of handing out tickets. For example, last year, we more than doubled our distracted driving citations. It's also about educating drivers, pedestrians, and cyclists.
That's the reason why we're out here, to actually make them aware of the violations that they're making.
And hope that they make the right choice from here on out.
We all just need to be more aware driving and slow down a little bit. And don't be on your phone.
Highlighting, don't be on your phone. So just going back with our 2,000 plus citations, like I said before, we view this as an opportunity, 2,000 opportunities to connect with the community member, to teach them, not just tell them that they're doing something wrong, but to teach them how to correct it, so that in hopes that they won't make that same violation again in the future. So now I'd just like to take a moment to talk about our educational efforts, because enforcement is really just a small piece of it. Back up just, thanks. Education is a huge part of what we're doing. So through our OTS grant, we've had the opportunity to partner with Ecology Action. So some of our efforts through this partnership, we've been able to participate in Bike Smart and Walk Smart programs, which is the top left picture and the bottom right picture are exactly those, our participation in those programs. Officers go into schools, and it's simply that. We go over traffic safety with our youth pedestrians and bicyclists, show them how to cross streets, show them how to make eye contact with drivers. And it's just it's a great program, and the kids pick it up so quickly. We've been to many community event outreach, such as Open Streets, Family Fun Festival, where we just get to connect with community members on a lighter note, but still get our message across. Community awareness presentations, this is where I think we've been very creative. We were noticing a trend where a lot of our collisions were involving senior citizens, some transient population. So we've sent our officers down into the sloughs actually to present some materials and have general conversations with transient population in the sloughs. We've scheduled meetings with Senior Center, with some of the local community organizations. And lastly, we've been able to distribute 305 helmets. So not only distribute them, but properly fit them and show our youth how they're supposed to wear them when they're on the roadways. So with that, I'd like to pass it on to Maria Esther.
Good evening. Yes, Maria Esther Rodriguez. I'm Assistant Director in Public Works. It's your city engineer. Enforcement and education are really key components of good traffic safety, but also another part of that would be infrastructure enhancements that we in engineering do. Over the past year, with the help of Measure D and SB1 funds, we've been able to do some improvements here in the city that you may have seen and regard that will help enhance safety as well. Some of the projects included installation of flashing beacons, and actually on the next slide you'll see a map as I talk about some of these. Sure, yeah. Some of these would include the flashing beacons that were installed at a couple of locations, including on Airport Boulevard, on Beach Road by Harvest, and on Home Road at Airport Boulevard. We've also worked a lot with neighborhood traffic plan groups. These are residents that want to help improve safety in their neighborhoods. So we have a number of groups that have formed, and installations like we're looking at speed humps, and those have been installed on Paseo Drive and Front Street that people have seen, but we're already in the works on Roach Road. We're working with people on Arthur Road for installing those. We're working with Rosewood, Clifford neighborhood on different types of potentially traffic calming features that can go in on those roads. But those are also projects that we're working on and are able to be funded through Measure D. We also recently completed the downtown improvements, and those would be some additional lighting downtown so people feel more safe walking around downtown and can be seen. We also did the bulb outs, as you may recall, on the portion of Main Street right here in front of the Civic Plaza that's ours, that reduces the area that pedestrians have to walk across the street. So improvements like those that can be infrastructure improvements that really enhance safety. So along with Measure D and SB1, we are able also to leverage grant funding for more projects that we can do to do additional safety improvements. Some of these include our Complete Streets plans. As many of you have been involved with the Complete Streets downtown, that is a plan to come up with something to enhance all modalities of travel in our downtown area. We've been working, we've been doing a lot of outreach with our community to hear their concerns, to hear things that they'd like to see, to make it a complete streets. Again, that would be to serve cyclists, pedestrians, motorists, people that use the bus, all modalities of travel in our downtown area. We're also working on the Safe Routes to School plan, and that would impact every single school in Watsonville, and we're looking at ideas on how to improve those routes so that kids will feel comfortable and parents will be comfortable walking their children to school or having them ride their bicycle, things like that. And it would also include improvements. It could be crosswalks, it could be lighting, it could be a number of things, and we're doing that plan right now and getting that feedback. The other project that's coming up, you'll see, is Lincoln Street safety improvements, and that directly impacts our Watsonville High School right here downtown. As you know, the Watsonville campus, Lincoln Street is closed during school time, but students, it's closed, but not to all cars. Cars can still go through because there's driveways in there, there's parking lots, et cetera, that people have to get through. So the safety improvement project for Lincoln Street will include lighting upgrades, it'll be including crossing enhancements, it'll also include an education component for students, it'll include bicycle racks, and so that people, again, students can make the choices on how they're going to travel to school and make that area very different so people know that it's not just a regular street, something else is happening there. We're also installing green lanes through the city. all of these projects are either in design right now or in the planning stages. So the green lanes will be on a different map that you'll see later on. But again, to enhance safety for our cyclists and improve visibility on our roadways. And those are, again, grant-funded projects we've been able to leverage with our Measure D and SB1 funds to make those dollars go further and to bring more improvements to our residents, to our community.
Great. As you can see, Council, there is a significant number of efforts in enforcement initiatives, infrastructure improvements that have been underway for the past year, and we continue trying to address this traffic safety issue, but it is clearly not enough. We continue to see an upward trend on these pedestrian safety issues. Therefore, in front of you this evening for your consideration, you have an action plan that we are proposing with 6 specific action steps that will complement the efforts of our current initiatives, our planned improvements, but in addition to everything that's already either established or in motion, we are proposing to add develop a comprehensive pedestrian and safety public education campaign, which I will speak more about, establish a pedestrian safety zones along Main Street, Freedom Boulevard, and Airport Boulevard, and you get more details about that in a moment. Also directing our police department to develop a zero-tolerance approach for speeding along the pedestrian safety zones, if those are established. Establish a council ad hoc committee, subcommittee on traffic safety. We're also asking council to direct staff to work on state legislators to pursue legislation for improving traffic safety in the city. And also direct staff to explore new approaches to infrastructure enhancements that can help with these efforts. Like I said, I'm gonna cover item number 1 on the action plan, which is the comprehensive pedestrian safety public education campaign. And for that, we are proposing to establish a public education and engagement program. Over the past month, we have been all busy researching cities across the nations, from Portland to Boston, and looking at others who have implemented a comprehensive public outreach education campaign around traffic safety. We also looking at coordinating with neighboring cities, like, for example, Santa Cruz has established and is in the middle of implementing the Street Smarts public safety education campaign for traffic and pedestrian safety. So combining our efforts to make sure that we maximize our ability to outreach to the public is something that is being considered. As a result, our office and the city manager's office have been working on putting together a public and education campaign. Sample ideas were attached to your staff report, and I'll cover some of those this evening. The idea is that we will message these important safety reminders to drivers and to pedestrians in a way that that not only increases the visibility and the community understanding that this safety problem is one that we have to have a shared ownership, because at any given moment we are a driver, but we also are pedestrians, and we have to take ownership and share the ownership of safety. This is something that, with this campaign, we should not expect to see immediate results. It won't happen overnight. I just want to be clear about that. We are committed for the long run. We can expect that our initial efforts as we create that awareness campaign, it would do that, raise awareness in the public. People will say, okay, what's that message? What are they trying to tell me? But over time, we're hoping to see a change in attitudes and eventually change in behaviors that hopefully will lead to a safer streets and improve the safety of our safety of our pedestrians and the behavior of our drivers. These would definitely require an intensive and targeted campaign. So with you, I'd like to share some examples of things that we're considering to make sure that this is very visual. You know, we're talking about like maybe lawn signs, and this is with the help of Suriel. When you look at our streets, these are our streets, and he mounted some of the proposed campaign signs that we might be using with our campaign. We're also going to be using social media and our website. If you see on this slide, we are trying to use our current downtown banners, you know, to display some of these very important messages and reminders for pedestrians and drivers. We might be using utility boxes, our banner across Main Street. That's the top picture on the slide. And I've also have for you some messages that we will consider using during our campaign. So here are some examples of, you know, simple reminders of like, look both ways before crossing, or, you know, just things that just really will help messaging in a way that is consistent. You know, what do we need to do to make sure that our streets are safe for all? These messages that you see on the screen are messages that are also being used by other cities that have launched similar campaigns. So that's where we're getting some of these ideas. But we don't want to just do what everybody's doing, because we know we need to do something that will catch people's attention and just really think outside the box. So in addition to these messages and using the tools that are already available, we're looking at maybe what is this called? I forgot. The crosswalk flags. You will hear more about it from Maria Esther later. But displaying messages in our city vehicles. So there's a constant reminder on the streets about like the message that we want people to consider. We're also looking at as an outside the box approach, like putting messages on the sidewalk, like the picture on the right, you know, like it's on the sidewalk, like maybe at every corner. Look up, like stop being on your phone, look up, make sure you make eye contact with the driver before you cross the street. You know, those very simple things that seem to be simple, but it seems like we need to remind each other that that's an important habit that we need to develop. This campaign will be bilingual, so we will make sure that that this message gets to all our community members. And we are excited to program future pedestrian parties. So we're hoping to host events at those key intersections in the areas that we will be focusing on, to make sure that we can raise awareness just by hosting like let's cross the street safely together, or, you know, just branding this so that we can actually get to talk to people, we get to speak with people and just bring visibility to our plan. There are other actions that actually our police chief, again, is going to speak about. So I'm going to pass on the mic to you. To that? No, to you.
Okay. So if you remember the heat map we showed earlier, well, if you look at the colors and the density of where the accidents are occurring, it's clearly obvious where they are. And with limited resources we have as a city, as your police department, our public works department, we still have limited resources to cover the entire city. So to do focused enforcement and have the greatest impact, we are using a data-driven approach. So using this data, we're going to focus our efforts in specific areas, which we're going to call our pedestrian safety zones. And that's going to include Airport Boulevard, Freedom Boulevard, and all of Main Street. Now, that doesn't say we're going to neglect the rest of the city, but this is going to be our priority. And as we move forward, so we're going to continue working with our Office of Traffic Safety from the state and use grant funding to enhance our enforcement capabilities and our education capabilities. For example, this year, it's only week 3. We've already done an op each week of January. We did 2 vehicle pedestrian operations. One, we focused on the pedestrian violations. The other one, we focused on the vehicle violations that affected the pedestrians. We diverted our Special Investigations Unit, who is our gang enforcement team, our violent crime investigations team, and they have been redirected to do traffic enforcement with our traffic unit at least once a week. They still have other obligations, but we felt that's the best use of our resources. Since there's been a downward trend in our violent activity, we want to use them where they can be needed the most. And as soon as staffing allows, we are a little short-staffed at the moment, but as soon as staffing allows, we're going to add additional resources to our traffic unit for enforcement and for investigations. And then we're going to continue to expand our focused enforcement throughout the year, focusing on distracted driving, on the pedestrian and vehicle violations that affect our pedestrians. And as we said earlier, the police department will be adopting a zero-tolerance approach when conducting focused enforcement in the pedestrian safety zones. Officers will be issuing citations as a matter of course for vehicle and pedestrian violations. In other words, if you get pulled over, don't expect a warning. And so that's basically what zero tolerance is. We're going to, not only for speeding, but we're going to be citing for jaywalking, for not stopping at the pedestrian when a pedestrian's in the crosswalk and that type of thing. And I think I'm going to turn it back over to Steve Palmisano, our Public Works Director.
Or Steve starts. I'll start. Go. I'll do a little bit more on infrastructure, upcoming infrastructure projects. As I mentioned, Measure D and SB1 funding are funds that we didn't have before, so we're able to do more now and leverage more funding. Each year, the City Council will receive a list of proposed projects for this type of funding. SB1 funding is specific to road maintenance, and that's why, for example, this year we were able to use our SB1 funding on the current Airport Boulevard project that's being constructed, and we're able to install pedestrian improvements where currently none exist, the sidewalks where none exist, to promote safe walking. And we're also upgrading the curb ramps on that project, and as we mentioned previously, also installing the safety improvements at home and airport on that particular project. Measure D funding, we have about $750,000 annually, which the City Council also receives a list for, so that we're able to plan what we're going to do with that funding every year. As part of that funding, we have identified bicycle and pedestrian safety improvements for that funding, downtown revitalization, again, traffic safety in neighborhoods, continuing to work with our neighborhoods to calm traffic in neighborhoods, and then also road and trail maintenance to provide safe streets for cyclists, pedestrians, motorists, so that they can get where they need to go with the funding. And the next slide includes some of the projects that we spoke about earlier that you will be seeing. The green lines included, this is where the green lanes, bicycle lanes will be improved, and also striping will be done on those streets as well. That includes Green Valley Road within city limits, Walker Street and Harkins Road, Beach Street, Rodriguez Street, and Bridge Street. So those, we have a grant that will provide those green lanes, and you'll see that project coming to you this summer in construction. You'll also see, again, Lincoln Street safety. We're doing design, but that's on that also listed. You'll see the star locations where all the schools exist, and that will cover the Complete Streets to Schools program that we've been working with to continue that plan, and then start looking for funding to do some of those improvements that are called out. And also along the signal upgrades throughout the city, every signal in the city is going to receive the Countdown Pedestrian, the feature, that Countdown Pedestrian feature, so that people, it appears that pedestrians are able to follow that more and understand that they don't have when they're supposed to cross and when they're supposed to stay. It also will have upgraded curb ramps for accessibility, and it will also have audible tones so that people that are sight impaired can also know when they're supposed to cross. So those are the remaining signals in the city. Will receive that also with this very soon, in the next coming years. You heard about Vision Zero. This is the council-approved resolution that we adopted the goal of Vision Zero, and that was it was about a year ago. And since council approved that Vision Zero goal, we agreed to come up with an action plan, and that action plan will be coming to you probably in spring of this year. But what we've done to date, we've contracted with a traffic consultant with analysis of different areas in the city. We've done a lot of community outreach. You've seen us at some of the same events that Captain Rodriguez mentioned, the open streets, the Day of the Child, things like that. A lot of outreach with our residents. And we've also enrolled in a Road to Zero program. That's a web-based classes so that we can learn more in how other people are doing Vision Zero in their cities, to see things that will work for our city and make those recommendations in the action plan when we move forward. And some of our community members and agencies have been working hard side by side with us, including the Santa Cruz County Health Services agencies, and our traffic committees on board with it, our South County Bicycle and Pedestrian Safety Work Group, and again, many advocates in our community that are working hard on this Vision Zero, and you'll see more on that this spring. With that, I will give it over to Steve.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and Council. As you know, and as the city manager mentioned earlier, this is not a local issue only. It is, in fact, a state and federal issue. And so because of that, we felt it was important to go regional, statewide, and work with our legislators on enacting some support on the traffic safety issue. And so we are proposing to work with our state lobbyist, with the League of Cities, and have already begun conversations with Assemblymember Rivas to enact some additional traffic safety legislation to support these efforts. First of all, we want to do some work to lower our speed limits. The way the current system works is that it is based on the 85 percentile kind of speed of a road, which essentially means if the speed limit is set at 85% of people going that speed limit, which essentially means 15% of the people can be speeding, and it's fine. And the end result of that is that it's harder and harder to reduce speed limits. The more people speed, the higher we have to set the speed limit. So it's very frustrating for us at the local level that we are stuck with this state-wide or federal, actually, law. But there is... And speed is, in fact, one of the most critical factors related to pedestrian safety and pedestrian mortality. The faster people are going, the more likely they are going to get hurt. And if we can lower the speed limits, that's going to be a very important and effective tool for us to address the speeding situation. So one of the pieces of legislation that got enacted last year was AB 2363. And originally, the intent of that legislation was to allow local communities to lower their speed limits more effectively. However, it got changed at the last minute and became sort of more of a task force. So the goal of that work this year, it's called a Zero Traffic Facilities Task Force, and they will be looking at all sorts of ways that we can, that the statewide, what we can do to improve traffic safety. And one of the specific pieces in there, though, is the task force is supposed to be going by July of this year, and by the end of the year, they are supposed to have recommendations on how we can improve traffic safety. But one particular piece of that is how we can actually effectively lower speed limits. And there's already been a lot of work. The National Transportation Safety Board has done a study that said the 85% method is not effective in urban environments. It was originally set up for highways, and it works well for highway situations, but in urban environments, it doesn't allow us to bring in other factors. And we are stuck with the engineering studies and the speed studies to set the limit. And this, hopefully, the work out of AB 2363, out of that task force, will provide us some relief and provide some new legislation in 2020 that will allow us to incorporate safety as a factor and incorporate other things besides the existing speed so we can lower it and give us some help on this particular issue. So we will continue to be working with our legislators on that topic. We plan to be heavily involved as well as working with the league. They also, this is very high on their radar and has been for a number of years. So we're very hopeful about that initiative, and we'll keep you posted on that. Another one is speed cameras. Speed cameras are kind of like the red light cameras that we've seen, where you can get automatic tickets for speeding. And unfortunately, they are not legal right now in California, so we are not able to use them. This would be a very important tool for us to have more consistent and better speed enforcement without having to bring in more officers, and so, which is, you know, as we know, very expensive. So it would be a very cost-effective and efficient way to keep our speeds in check. And so we're very hopeful that we can make some progress on that front. Other areas of the country, about 136 communities, are already using these speed cameras, and it sounds like it's pretty effective. And so we just need to get California up to speed and be able to use this to support our officers doing their work. The third area that we're going to be working on is increased distracted driving penalties. So another piece of legislation coming, AB 47. Right now, if you get a ticket for distracted driving with caused by being on your phone, basically, you can get a penalty, but you don't get points on your license. And this would make it more heavily enforced by adding points to your license. Because, as we know, distracted driving is very much related to people being on their phones. We know that for a fact. And so being able to add more significant penalties, just like we do for speeding and other violations, is another important and powerful tool that we're hoping to have to be able to use in the near future. So those are some of our efforts on the legislative front. I know there are some other ones in the works as well. So we will continue to work with our lobbyists and our legislators and push on this front. As Tamara mentioned earlier, we are also wanting to explore other approaches that are being used in other communities. I happened to be in Morgan Hill last weekend where they do have these pedestrian safety flags, and I was sitting outside at a restaurant and watched several people use them, and it seemed to be effective. And it's a very low-cost measure, and we plan to try it at a few locations. One is Main Street near the post office, Beach Street at Industrial, and Freedom at Marin, and just give it a go. And, you know, they're inexpensive. If kids steal them, which we know will happen for a while, we'll put them back and keep trying, and if we'll give it a go. I think we're at a point where we just have to keep trying new things. We have to get creative. We also are thinking of proposing to get some more of the speed measuring feedback signs around town, especially in the pedestrian safety zones. We believe we have enough funding in the Measure D to buy a couple more of those and keep moving them around and reminding people of their speed. Even though we can't do the actual speed cameras yet, we're going to do everything we can to bring in more and additional ways of dealing with traffic safety from an infrastructure perspective. We also wanted to point out that this initiative, all of these pieces of the action plan are consistent with the City Council Strategic Plan, Goal 3 of Infrastructure and Environment under Road Infrastructure, as well as Goal 6, Public Safety, Traffic Safety, Education. So just to recap, the proposed action plan includes 6 points. First of all, developing the comprehensive pedestrian safety education campaign, otherwise known as Street Smarts. Second, establishing the pedestrian safety zones that we talked about along Main Street, Freedom Boulevard, and Airport Boulevard. 3, developing a zero tolerance approach for speeding along these zones. 4, establishing a City Council ad hoc subcommittee on traffic safety. 5th, directing staff to continue working with state legislators to improve legislation for traffic safety. And finally, exploring new approaches to infrastructure enhancements. So with that, I would just like to end by saying staff and council cannot do this alone. We actually need the attention, the awareness, and the action of every single driver, pedestrian, and bicyclist in our community to make this work, to reach that goal of Vision Zero, to have no more traffic fatalities in our community. And so we are asking council and staff and everybody in our community to work together towards this cause. So with that, I'd like to end our presentation and open it up to questions. Thank you.
We'll start in the middle with Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you for the presentation, and thank you for, some of the items that you guys brought. I think a lot of those are going to be really effective. I know that some of the cities that have done some of those things, specifically the speed limit lowering and the bike and pedestrian safe infrastructure and the cameras, have had really significant reduction in bike and pedestrian injuries and fatalities. Some of them have decreased it by 51%. And 47%, cities like Minneapolis, Boston, Portland, New York City. And I think that we could do the same. And if the quicker we do it, the faster we can reduce it. It doesn't have to be 2030, or it doesn't have to be a 3-year plan. The faster we could do these infrastructure improvements, the faster that we can reduce fatalities in our community. I had a few questions, actually. The first one, to the kind of the order the presentation went in. But I was wondering, was there presentations done at Salvation Army and Loaves and Fishes as well?
If you're referring to like traffic safety presentations by
Yes.
our officers?
Yeah.
Yeah, we actually did go to Loaves and Fishes. That was part of our, around the same time when we went down into the sloughs and the levee areas to reach our transient population.
Okay, good. I remember one of the other things that I forgot what city did it, but they would get their red zones and they would put empty patrol cars, that they're old patrol cars they're going to sell off anyways, that they would put them off in those locations where the red zones are and park them and leave them there, and their cadets would do that, or their community service partners would do that. Might be a good idea to consider, And in terms of the marketing, have we thought about doing information to the water bills so that everybody in Watsonville, every household at least, gets the information through the water bills?
Part of our public information campaign will include utilizing our newsletter to make sure that as we launch these, like we tell people about the messages and the signs they're about to see. So we will definitely be using our newsletter.
Yeah, and the water bill too, yeah.
Well, that goes in the water bill, yeah.
Okay, and it's great, that video that you guys had. I tried to sponsor it, but I got to do some stuff to change my thing around. They won't let me sponsor stuff because I was once a candidate not too long ago. But eventually I will. But it would be good if the city can sponsor the social media messages. I thought that video was great, if we could sponsor it so that everybody in the city and, Paro Valley can see it as well, that's on social media. I know that Boston talked about their high school students doing a contest to do videos about bike and pedestrian safety that they could air, on the public. It'd be great if we got our Watsonville Video Academy to, participate in a contest and create some kind of, fund that would pay the kids a $100, $200 scholarship for the best videos. And we can show them during our council meetings, public as PSAs, right? For the public to see. And one of the other things that I noticed is like some of the materials that we're seeing as part of the marketing campaign, it's got to be bilingual. Most of it was English. All the materials that go out, like for example, in the mail, would probably have to be bilingual as well. But but that would be great. I love the some of the things that you guys are bringing forward. I think, you know, to really make this happen, I think that some of the, like, I know we're doing the green bike lanes in certain areas, but I think that protected bike lanes might be a better option, specifically in those red zones. The red zones, if we can have like a 40, 50 meter or, you know, 50 meters of protected bike zones, especially in those red zones. It doesn't add too much to the cost of green bike lanes, but I think that it'll provide a lot more protection in those areas. And of course, reduced speed limits just works, right? Boston done it, Portland, you know, places like New York City. One of the things that I just seen is that there's certain intersections where they call them pizza slices, and they put them on the corners where there's a lot of red zones, a lot of accidents that happen, collisions, and they kind of extend the turn, so you have to make a bigger radius turn, and it forces you to see the corner, as opposed to people just making that quick turn and doing a California stop. It forces people to actually slow down. It'd be great if we can look at that as another option. And you know, as far as the flags go, it's great if people use them. But I think that a lot of cities that have tried them, they found out that only 16% of people use them. Kirkland, Seattle, Berkeley have done them. I know Kirkland was the last one to give it up, but they all gave it up. They all gave up Berkeley. I actually talked to Kirkland about it because they're the last ones. And Fort Lauderdale seems to be the only one that's continuing the program in their tourist areas. And I can imagine Morgan Hill City Council, you know, doing this. In the article that I read about it, I read one of the comments that I thought was kind of funny, and one of the comments on this article about flags was cities that don't really want to address the issue of bike and pedestrian safety are the ones that do this. Same with the reflective vest ploys that they have. But I think that we're on the right path to reduce bike and pedestrian collisions and fatalities. I think we need to work with all our partners too on this ad hoc committee, if I can add that too as well. There's a lot of people that are in the South County Bike and Pedestrian Work Group that can contribute a lot to the messaging, to the strategy of this committee. There's a lot of people that have a lot of information that can help out with that. But I really applaud the efforts that the city manager is taking and the leadership that all the department heads are taking in this. You know, I really think that we're ahead of a lot of cities, but unfortunately we're also ahead of a lot of cities in fatalities and injuries. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Hurst?
Well, I don't really have a question, but I do want to thank management for focusing on this and bringing this to this point today. We need to take it a lot further, obviously. I don't know what it's going to take for people to wake up in their cars and on their bikes and in their sneakers to get a picture of what it really looks like. I saw the picture today with the victim laying out in 2nd Street with his yellow bike upside down. Not very pretty. So it's about time we got to focus and really implemented these strategies and figure out which ones of them work and which ones don't. It's a combination of enforcement and education and certainly some design improvements and some traffic calming mechanisms. The solutions lie out there with the public and the users of the roadway, and so anything we can do to maximize this opportunity to highlight the crisis that really is going on, the crisis of attention, of lack of attention, and sharing the road and being responsible. That's it.
Councilwoman Parker?
Turn it on. Thank you. That was really comprehensive. I was listening and taking notes, and I had some questions. I am happy to see the bicycle safety projects on Bridge Street and other places. The flags to cross, it occurred to me, I teach, so the kids are going to take them, but there may be areas where that works way better than in other areas. The speed limit lowering, the question I have is, it's restricted by legislation. So this committee that you talked about won't report till the end of the year. So we shouldn't expect any changes until the end of the year at the earliest for that?
Unfortunately, yes.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify it. I wanted to bring up also the streetlights. Many years ago, we put on the low, I don't know how to say it, but, very slow, what was it?
LED lights?
But they were bright lights. They were low impact for energy, right? And it made my whole neighborhood and all the neighbors very dark. And so, and I know I'd spoken to, I think you, right, Mariana? Yeah, Esther, about replacing them. And the replacements happen when things fail. Is that it? So if a light bulb fails, they put in a new, much brighter one. But is that correct? I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so when something fails, we put in something else, but we can look at putting a different type of fixture that's a little bit brighter, kind of like we did downtown. But we did a concerted effort all at once. Mm-hmm.
Because brighter neighborhoods, not only crime doesn't happen as well, people don't feel like it, but you can see people who wear black all the time if they cross the street and you're tired and it's nighttime. And then I had another question about night versus day accidents. When you talked about the heat maps and stuff, did you break it down in night versus day, and was there?
Actually, we did look at that, and most of the accidents are occurring during the busy times of the day. So a lot of the enforcement we've been doing is focusing on the commute hours and the busy times when you have all the drivers out and the pedestrians out. Most of the evening stuff, we are targeting the DUI drivers and doing the DUI checkpoints, as well as saturation, which is specifically going out after drunk drivers.
And I guess lastly, I just want to say, I am a teacher, so through education, you're going to reach a lot of people. Because you're right, it's what we live every day, and we have to be cognizant of what we do when we drive, when we walk, when we ride our bicycles. And I think that's huge. I know I talked to Chief Honda earlier about, we used to do bike rodeos at every single school. So that information doesn't just go home with those children, it goes home to those children and the families that ride the bikes, and they talk about it. So there's so much to do on this, and through tragedy, we're moving ahead of other, but it's good. Oh, okay. Thank you very much.
Councilwoman Garcia, do you have your hand up? Ali?
A comment and 2 questions. First, in terms of the video that Captain Rodriguez showed, I saw it in 2 locations. I saw it on Facebook and I saw it in the app. But particular to Facebook, what really stood out for me is there was lots and lots of comments and questions. And what really was really surprising and gratifying is that every comment and every question was answered. Everyone, including in English and in Spanish. And so what that said to me, people are listening. People are becoming aware. And so I congratulate you on doing that. My questions are this, and I don't know who will answer it. I need more clarification in the alignment between the traffic study and Vision Zero.
In this overall proposed plan in Vision Zero?
Well, because I see them as 2 different entities, but are they really one working together, or I just need more clarification on that.
Well, indeed, Vision Zero is a goal, and we're coming up with actions for an action plan for Vision Zero. But as you're mentioning here, Vision Zero is indeed part of this action plan. In fact, a lot of the things that we have been doing are focused on pedestrian and traffic safety already, and so this is probably like another layer of what we can do for overall pedestrian and traffic safety. So Vision Zero is part of this overall pedestrian traffic safety.
And so when a member of the community says, and I've been asked, what about Vision Zero? Do I respond, oh, well, we have a traffic plan, traffic safety plan to address Vision Zero?
So,
Yeah, and Councilor sorry.
I was just going to say, so Vision Zero is really a national movement, and it's more of a philosophy for a city to accept, and we have as a city to make zero fatalities a priority by bringing different resources, by developing an action plan, by involving nonprofits, public works, police department, and all the different resources together. So it's kind of more of it's just an overall philosophy, and that's how I would explain it to you. And part of that philosophy is us as a city moving forward with an action plan. I hope that kind of puts things in perspective.
Yeah, that does. Okay. My second question is, Steve, you mentioned quite a bit about state legislation to address traffic safety, and you are going to be talking to the lobbyists. You're going to be talking to the council the legislators. What can we, as a council, do to support that type of legislation?
That's a great question. And I think the council could be very important and effective in supporting that effort. Once we sort of figure out the groundwork, what are the things we need to do, we will bring it back to council, probably bring, asking for support for a resolution in support of various bills, that kind of thing. And then maybe even ask council to interact or talk with our legislators, go to the league conferences when you're there, focus on these particular issues, and we will give talking points and guidance on how you, as our elected officials, can help support these efforts from your end as well. Because I think it is truly, it has to be a partnership between staff and our electeds.
Very good. Thank you.
Councilwoman Kaufman-Gomez.
Thank you. In reflecting everybody's comments that are here, there's a couple things that I think that might have been missed. I know that banners were in there, which is great. The law is that 85 percentile, we got to change the speed limit. What about moving the sign? For example, on Airport, if we can move that 45 sign back so that it's a longer stretch of 40, would we be able to bypass what we need to do legislative-wise to fix a little bit of the speed zone?
There are specific identified zones, so there's a length, and it's identified by what type of like businesses or how far back the businesses are, but it's a specific zone already identified.
So can we check that out for Airport? Because there is an area there that I think might be effective for us to move the 45 back so that we have a longer stretch of 40 miles an hour, and that might help us a little bit until we get anything else going on the legislation to make a reduction in speed limit, because we wouldn't be reducing the speed limit that's there. We're just give it a little bit more stretch of one than the other.
I think it's already identified where they need to be, and I think they are, but we can verify that they're in the correct location.
Particularly as we're seeing some curves involved with where we've increased the speed limit, which don't make sense safety-wise. So if we can sort of maneuver a little bit to make it safer, if we can look at that.
We can relook at it.
I have not heard once about Caltrans. Caltrans is the major portion of what we're looking at here. That's our main street. That's from Beach Street all the way over to Highway 1, which is the hot pocket we have here, a huge hot pocket. We also have the downtown street safety program with the Caltrans. I want to know how we're engaging Caltrans, what money Caltrans can help us provide with that particular location. Besides SB1 and, of course, our Measure D, we should be able to see Caltrans help us facilitate what's going on there for that safety zone. And we've had the discussion before, but I haven't seen anything come to fruition from that point forward, which is the Caltrans corridor, or for that matter, even Riverside. I know that they've done some things there, maybe Eastlake, but these are pockets that we're talking about for our residents. And we need to make sure that we have maybe Caltrans with the presentation, maybe some heat on Caltrans coming together with what we need, because they're not hearing this presentation, and they need to. They need to know that we're being as proactive, and we need their engagement their participation. They're one of our power partners to make something happen here. So I'd like to see us work on that. The other thing, and it was mentioned briefly about lighting, we have some streets that flat out don't have lights on them. And whether it was a political thing or whatever back and forth, we need to make sure that's part of this assessment. I think that the pocket also that's a Caltrans pocket that we've had a fatality on Main Street is between Arthur Road and before you get to the Catholic Church, which is a very dark pocket. And there's been fatalities and accidents in that region, probably at that time of the day. And so we need that part of public works infrastructure figured out here, how that's going to be done, and Caltrans as well in engaging where we're going to go with that plan.
Councilmember Kaufman Gomez, if you don't mind chiming in on the Caltrans front, because I do want to point out and give some credit to our staff that work very proactively with our local Caltrans rep. Good example of that is the recent Complete Streets grant program that we've been working through with some extensive outreach in close coordination with Caltrans. And our hope is that through that work, we will have a more comprehensive plan to really ensure that both the city and Caltrans are stepping up to help work on this issue. And so I don't want that to go by without stating that. Caltrans is a big piece, as you point out. We have a couple highways that cross through our town. And we need to ensure that one of our larger partners is at the table to help with solutions.
And certainly as an RTC rep here, Caltrans is an ex officio that's at the RTC meetings. TAMSI, they're there. AMBAG as well, they're there as an ex officio, so that if we have a council member or our supervisor there, they can pull her aside in terms of talking to her about these things, and we presented this and make sure that we're providing the reps with the material and the pressure we're putting on trying to fix this. I think that'll be helpful there. In the two things that the neighborhood traffic plan groups, it's taking too long. We need to see what we can do to move it up a notch. I know money is a factor, but the process itself is taking too long. So we need to see what we can do to sort of accelerate that process when we have neighborhoods that need to come together, engage in what they need to do. We need to rectify that so that we can make those fixes happen sooner than later. And the last question I have is, and some mainly comments, pedestrian safety zone. If we're going to create these zones, are they the same factor of the fines that you would do in a cone zone? Fine factor? I mean, is there something that if you're in those zones and you're found to be cited, do we have any enforcement of, bumping a penalty up or something else? Or because we're going to identify the zones, is there anything else that?
As far as fines is concerned, that's regulated by the state, so we can't, as a city, increase any fines. And the specific law for the safety zones was through legislation, so that's something else we would have to look at.
So that would be on a legislative side if there's any language changes to give a little bit more impact to that. Cameras, I think that we at one point traffic cameras, I know that there's somewhere else, but even just doing something that snaps and flashes of some sort, we're having a lot of people that are going through these intersections on the red lights, and it's just crazy how we haven't had as many accidents as what I've seen at so many of these major intersections that they're going through the red lights, and getting something that's going to be more helpful for that. And then also the types of lighting for the street crossings. Some are more effective than others, and let's make sure that we're getting the highest and best resource out there that's going to provide the most safety that we can, because sometimes they're flashing and the pedestrian doesn't know it's flashing, and then other times it's, I think the visibility on some of them, so we want to make sure that we're doing the best that we can on the visibility for the reflection and those safety components, and also working with the schools on what they need for those intersections. It's scary going through the intersection when everything's coming at you with all of the pedestrians, and making sure that everybody's getting through those intersections as safely as possible. So that's some of my feedback from what I've heard, what I've experienced and want to share.
Councilman Gonzalez?
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. It's a really good job. I do have, she reiterated on Caltrans and on Main Street, concerns of what we can do and what we can't do and how long it's going to take to take any action on Main Street. But one of the things that I wanted to throw out there, since it's going to take all of us. I mean, the whole community. This is just not about us, the council, and it's just not about the police, and it's not about our staff doing infrastructure. This is a total community effort here. I'm a pedestrian. I walk as much as I can, and I bike, but the city manager told me I need to get a helmet. So I parked my bike for a little bit. But anyways, as being a pedestrian and walking through this community, what I've run into continuously is cars overtaking the crosswalk. They encroach on the crosswalk, and then after the fact they go, oh, I seen you, you know? And then traveling through the Bay Area, I noticed that there's some cities that have the double white line. It's an indicator to stop prior to the crosswalk. And I don't know if that's something that we're thinking of doing within our city limits, and that safety zone that we want to establish in Airport, Freedom Boulevard. And on Main Street, we'll probably be restricted. The other thing I was thinking of is we have certain areas within our streets that we have pedestrians crossing mid-street. And I was wondering if there's any way that staff or the city could get red cones and make it a danger zone. It would be dividing the street a little bit, but at the same time we can put signs on one side that say it's a no cross zone. And the red cones would hopefully help for the traffic to let them see that this is an area of where we need to be careful. You know, because right now there's big orange cones, right, that the construction people use. I've used them in the past. Sometimes they become blind, and folks don't see them. But these need to be mobile. We could be able to move this around to a different sites, so it's not just stagnant in one area. And so our city residents start learning to say, Freedom Boulevard by Cárdenas, that medium there. There's a lot of people, because there's a bus stop on one side and the bus stop on this side of the county. They don't want to walk to the light. They cross through the medium. And then if that medium, we could use some red cones indicating this is a danger zone, don't cross here, go down to the light and cross there. I think that might be able to be useful for folks to see. It'll be car will be able to see it, and the pedestrian will be able to see it. And it'll help the pedestrian remind them that let's use the crosswalks, and remind the cars to say, we may have, it's like the deer crossing, we may have a deer crossing here, so be careful. We may have a pedestrian crossing here. So we need to be careful on these zones. And it's going to be on Airport, Freedom Boulevard, and Main Street. But we can use these in different areas within our city. They're not going to be permanent structures. You can move them around. I mean, they probably even sell now neon green cones, bright, luminous cones that you can see. So you can probably get them in various colors. And you can put these also I call them teardrops, in the middle of the intersections. When you get to and you can see one it'd be on Freedom Bar by Cárdenas, by the 7-Eleven. There's that little island right in the area. And right there, put signs right in those little areas. They're little islands. You can tell cars, hey, crosswalk or X things that can be used there. Even like these little signs that say, look up,
That's what I wanted to mention to you, that one of the things that we're exploring, putting mid-block, just to remind people, is like, do not cross mid-block, and then use some of these signs on the ground, so that to remind pedestrians that it is not safe to cross mid-block, because that's...
Yeah, and that'd be good, even with the cones, using them they'll stop them. The other thing, the flags, I've seen them use at Willow Glen City. They seem to be effective there. And if our kids take these flags and use them at their intersections, better for them, okay? If they're carrying them around to go walk to school, better for them. I'd rather see a kid walking to school with a flag than, it being thrown on the ground. So those could work for us. And the other thing I'd like to come up with is our bicyclists. I'm looking forward to the green lanes. I really want to share the road with cars, but the problem is that we're so orientated to our vehicles here in this town that the bicyclist does not get the right of way at all, and we need to really change that culture, because I really want to ride my bike more often, and I am going to get that helmet. So thank you all for all your efforts, and we're going to continue moving on in this because this tragedy needs to stop. These deaths need to stop. We need to start having grandmas getting run over.
I'd like to give the public.
Wait, hang on, 1 minute. One more. I do want to mention, though, when we went to the conference in Sacramento, we did have an opportunity to go meet Robert Rivas and Bill Maloney, and we did talk to them briefly. Even though they did only give us 10 minutes of their time, we were able to talk to them about our traffic and pedestrian and lowering the speed limit.
We did. Thank you. I'd like to just give open it up to the public for public input before we throw it back to the council. So anybody who'd like to address the council on this issue, feel free to do so right now.
First of all, for the police's benefit, I want to thank them for doing everything they possibly can to try to get especially males between the ages of 16 to 24 who seem to think the accelerator belongs in the down position all the way, all the time. Thank you so much, all of you and all of you, because it's a serious problem. We can't do anything that's about this here, but you should know Denmark, Sweden, Finland, and Norway take away the first DUI for 10 years. They take away the driver's license, second time for life. And they're forced to use public transit. What a thought. Great idea to help build a smart railway heading from Pajaro Station to Santa Cruz and get more people out of their cars, and that includes yours truly, and using public transit. And we do need a railroad along with a trail. Now, I know that's a little bit off the subject, but let me speak up for the seniors in Ari's district, District 7. Yes, Ari, we need bike lanes along Bridge badly. We also could use them along Tuttle and East Lake, and you already know that because you lived here all your life, and I've only been here 4 years. In addition to that, it's really important we have more pedestrian-operated yellow signals, crossing walk, especially getting across Bridge Street, because many people who live on the north side of Bridge cross to the south side to get over to walk their dogs along our beautiful Salsipuedes Creek, which now has some water in it. Which is where I walk, and I don't use the city streets when I walk my dog because I don't want to have to deal with a person who thinks that the accelerator is meant only to be used in the down position all the way down in their car. Another important item is that we need to recognize that for people who own bikes, we need to have the green lanes, as we do in Pacific Capitola, where I used to live. But we also need to make available low cost. I mean, we could sell them at fire stations and maybe the police station and the library. Headlights for bicycles and reflectors in the back, or even tail lights at a low cost, subsidized by a nonprofit agency. That it also eliminates all kinds of horrific, tragic accidents. And even though most of them happen during the daytime, when you have a bicyclist out at night and they're in dark clothing and there's no headlight and no reflector and you're right on top of them before you even know you are, it is a real hazard, and it could mean the end of the life of that bicyclist. And I know a number of you ride bicycles, and we have so many places to ride them, but we have to have protection. We have to have some protection, and including those who own bicycles. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Trujillo. Mr. Hernandez.
Thank you. I think this is probably one of the greatest rollout of a program that I've seen Watsonville had in years. I want to thank Chief Honda for bringing this program to us. And his leadership, I know, will make changes here. But what the driving force is going to be here is your ad hoc committee and your commitment. Because without that commitment, and Aurelio can attest to this, school district-wide, safety committees, forever and a day trying to get something done. This is probably one of the best rollouts I've seen. What you got to do now is get behind it and just move it forward. And the first time anyone drops the ball, that's when it all falls apart. Like Aurelio said, it's going to take all of us, not just one of us, not just one plan, but the exposure of zero, understanding. In the military, I was exposed to defensive driving. So you always got to make sure that even though it's not there, you plan it to be there. And that's what I like about, hey, streetwise, walk My grandchildren, I've taught them to be streetwise that way without this program. But I'm glad that now we can refer to something, have a goal, meet it in a 3-year period, a 3-year rollout. It is possible. But again, it's the political commitment that your subcommittees and whoever you do outreach to, how this is going to work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez.
Kirby Harris, Bridge Street, Bay Village. I live on Bridge Street. I have for 15 years. As most of you know, there has been and continues to be a speeding issue on Bridge Street between Tuttle and the Buddhist temple, and a lack of readable striping regards crosswalks and signage. For 15 years, I've petitioned the city many times for at least a 4-way stop at Bridge and Bronte and a 3-way stop at Bridge and Beck, to no avail. Yes, some minor traffic calming devices have been put in. They're somewhat helpful and very much appreciated, but they do not address the speeding and lack of pedestrian safety. The city's reasoning for not installing the stop signs has been it's bad for the environment. In other words, stop and go makes pollution. The amount of pollution, in my opinion, generated, I would think, would be minimal compared to the real threat of injury or death caused by not having these installed. I have heard, though, that there's to be speed bumps installed in some parts of Watsonville, and I think that's a great idea. We need them really badly. They seem to me to be a very effective and cost-effective way to actually slow down vehicles. It is a 25-mile senior village area. Regards the striping and the crosswalk repainting, I've requested probably yearly for the last 3 years for the striping to be redone. I realize that there's money involved, but the striping and the crosswalks have become so bad, they're barely visible. And with all these things going on with the pedestrians, and we have a lot of older people, of course, in our neighborhood who use those crosswalks and ride their bikes. So I'm really begging you guys to please spend some money and upgrade Bridge Street so that our people can be safe. I want to thank the police department because you guys take really good care of us. Let's see, what else do I have? I do realize that the traffic on Bridge Street is sporadic. During the middle of the day, there's not much. But in the mornings between 7 and 9:30, in the afternoons between 4:30 and 6:30, it becomes a speedway. They run the stop signs. Anyway, I hope you can help us out.
Thank you, Ms. Harris.
Quick.
Good evening, Mayor Estrada. Excuse me. My name is Yannicka Strauss. I'm the director of Bike Santa Cruz County. And our goal is that all people of all ages and abilities feel comfortable to bike for daily trips, and that's what we work to do. And we are thrilled to see this traffic safety plan come through the city of Watsonville, and for the city manager for bringing it and making it a high priority. I've been serving on the South County Bike Ped Work Group for the last couple of years, and I've been part of the group that's working on Vision Zero and helped to bring Vision Zero to Watsonville. And I want to urge you to work with that group. The Vision Zero has been successful around the world because of the collaborative model. And it involves community members and representatives from a wide range of groups, and that is what brings the solutions to the table. One key component of Vision Zero is shifting the context of traffic-related injuries and fatalities, and one way to do that is rather than saying the word accident, using the word crash. Accident applies no one is responsible and that it is unavoidable. Traffic crashes are fixable problems typically caused by streets that are designed for motorists, not pedestrians and bicyclists. We really appreciate the future plans for green lanes on Green Valley Road and Harkin Slough Road. That'll greatly improve the safety for bicyclists who are already using that route. But unfortunately, green lanes have not been proven to actually increase ridership because you still only have paint between you and the motorist. In conjunction with green lanes, I urge you to also consider protected bike lanes. Protected bike lanes are bike lanes that have a physical barrier between the bike lane and the vehicle lane and have been proven to dramatically increase safety and exponentially increase ridership. Lastly, I'm concerned that there are no bike improvements in this action plan for Freedom Boulevard. As indicated by your crash heat maps, Freedom Boulevard is a high collision corridor. It's also a main thoroughfare for bicyclists because it's a direct route to downtown. While some cyclists will use Green Valley Road to Harkin Slough to get to downtown, because it's such a longer route, it's about a mile longer, it will deter many cyclists from using that route. So I want to ask you to please approve this safety plan tonight and continue to work with your community partners, continue to work with Vision Zero. I see this as really working underneath Vision Zero, and Vision Zero is the overarching concept. And the last thing I wanted to say is that we are planning a Light Up the Night bike ride. We do it in Santa Cruz every year, and we're doing one in Watsonville. That's where we organize a community bike ride at night, and we deliver bike lights to people who need them. So stay tuned for that date. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and city staff. First of all, thank you for the comprehensive and well-researched and thought-out plan that's come before us this evening. It's exciting and very needed in our community, and also comes at a pertinent moment and time. So I would urge the council this evening to make a motion to approve it and move forward with the plan. We know that research shows that lower speed limits are safer. They create safer streets for pedestrians, cyclists, roller skaters, who there are some, I'm one of them, and people. So I would urge you to consider looking at lowering the speed limits. I also really want to applaud the kind of the trifold approach of enforcement, education, and infrastructure improvements that you've taken. It's comprehensive and it's well thought out. And I think it also is worth stating again that this is a community-wide effort, which means that those of us, myself included, just as residents of our community, need to take responsibility for this too. It means we need to drive slower. It means we need to not be distracted drivers, obey traffic laws, and generally, I think, just pay more attention as drivers, as pedestrians, as bicyclists, just as community members. So thank you for this plan. I know a lot of it has been in the works for a while, and now all of a sudden it seems like it just can't get here soon enough, but I know that the work is being done, and thank you for that, and we'll continue to support you in that.
Thank you.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Pat Foreman, and I have a couple questions. I've been keeping up with this action plan as it developed, but as we were going through it, a couple things came to mind. And that is, we've had the educational outreach to the transient population, but that is exactly the problem, is that it is a transient population. So what method is being developed to continue that outreach? Some sort of incentive program? Come to the educational program, we'll give you a sandwich? I don't know. But it seems to me that this educational effort, no matter who the outreach is to, is going to be definitely an ongoing thing. The other question was, I thought jaywalking was illegal. Anywhere, all the time. Isn't it? I don't know what the fine is here, but I know that in other places that I've lived, pedestrians were the #1 cause of accidents, and raising the jaywalking fine to something like $250 per infringement solved the problem dramatically and very, very quickly. The other one is, I think the flags are brilliant, and I think you could have businesses put their logo on the flags and just replace them like hotcakes. I don't think that's a problem. You could put the kid's name and have each kid carry his own flag. You could make the flags cool. Collect flags, show your friends, trade flags. I think that's a brilliant idea. And the thing about Freedom Boulevard and people crossing Freedom Boulevard, you put up a fence. This is a problem I've also run into before. They tried concrete barriers. Concrete barriers, for some reason, just people wanted to climb on them. But if you put up a nasty fence, good high, nasty fence, people are not going over it. And that's it. So thank you very much. Good night.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Drew Rogers, and I was up here earlier. I just wanted to thank all of you for all this work that's been going on with the police department and with these programs. They sound fantastic. I'm a former resident for many years in San Francisco and Portland, and I'm a bicycle advocate. And very happy a month ago and did a bike ride with Lowell and other community members. And I believe you were there as well, and we need to get you a bike, if I remember. But I'm here to also address just two quick things, really, because I think everyone's been very eloquent here and brought up some really good points on these programs. I'm a little curious as far as right downtown on Main Street. I believe it's 152. Is that correct? All right. I'm just wondering if that could be right at the beginning of Main Street by Caltrans, I guess, possibly considered rerouting it up to where it should be instead of going through Main Street and then over, Eastlake, that it just makes a quick left on Airport Boulevard. I don't know. Might slow down a lot of 16-wheelers going down Main Street and make, I don't have kids, but if I did, I would want to go down Main Street on a bike, but I would never do that now. Absolutely not. And I know that we're going to, walk a street, Rodriguez, et cetera. But what I'm saying is it would be a beautiful thing to be able to ride a bike on Main Street and feel a little safer that way. The other thing was that as a cyclist, since I was a boy, and I ride my bike quite a bit here as well, and I live off of Freedom Boulevard, don't feel so good about it, but I do. And I've told Officer Honda before, I think that I do ride on the sidewalk on my bike. I'm very aware of pedestrians. I would never want to hit one. However, on the northern side, I usually am on the street because it's nice and wide and I feel very comfortable. But on the southern side, I don't feel comfortable at all because there's very little room for error there and very little room. But in any case, my question actually is a very simple one. I would wonder if a lot more people, this might be an incentive, I don't know, would slow down in cars and jaywalking if they actually knew what the citations were before they violated them. Because I was given a citation in Los Angeles many years ago for jaywalking. And I thought it was very funny because I was going right down legally on the crosswalk, and then the last 3 feet was my car parked on the corner. So I just went in there because that's where the driver's is, right? He gave me a $200 ticket or something like that, something pretty ridiculous. And I literally had to confront him about that. In any case, I asked that because, okay, thumbs up. But really quickly, it's like if we would know better, perhaps in our monthly newsletter in Watsonville, what citations cost for bicyclists and pedestrians I'll bet you that might be a bit of an incentive. I don't know. I'm just thinking. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to approach the podium?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members, for the opportunity to speak and for your attention. I think, this is one of the most important things that you guys can take part in here in Watsonville. I'm a volunteer. I come down on a regular basis, lead rides as essentially a chaperone with school students throughout Watsonville. And I'm really concerned because my goal in life is to promote conservation and recreation for healthier people and a healthier environment all around. And what we find is when we lead rides from the local schools, there's very few safe routes out to the levee where we ride. And I think when you're considering the plans, the green lanes, all the things that we're doing to try and really make it safer, really pay extra attention to safe routes to schools. They're not necessarily in your hot map, your heat maps here, but I think they're incredibly important to consider because there's nothing I would like more than to encourage kids to ride bikes more often to school. Bikes can actually save lives. If we think about the other ways that people occupy themselves, students particularly after school, if we get them out on bikes, if we get them in pump tracks, if we get them out riding with their friends, then they're far safer than becoming involved in some of the alternate things that happen here. So I encourage you to really consider safe routes to school. Also, I applaud you all for giving away helmets. I'm standing here today because I wore a helmet and broke my neck. I've been told by doctors many times that I shouldn't be here at all. So, council member, I encourage you to get a helmet, come out, ride the protected lanes in Santa Cruz because they feel far, far different than the green lanes or no lanes at all. So thanks again for your opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Any other comments from the public? Okay, seeing none, I will send it back to my colleagues. Councilwoman Kaufman-Gomez.
One suggestion, and then I'll move the motion forward. One suggestion is the app that we can put on the police app, maybe a link to it, that when people drive, they can go to the app and click it so that if people are texting, before you get in the car to drive, I'm saying, not while you're doing that, but every once in a while, I've had some people come to me, when I text them, it responds back to say that they're occupied, that they're not going to be reading their texts. There's some sort of a message that bounces to me when they've got their phone on some sort of mode. I don't know if it's like an airplane mode and it's responding back to me to say that they're unavailable to take your message, but something like that people can sort of opt to do on their phones before they get in the vehicle, that could be set up on our police link, or maybe there's an app itself that we can support that people could just switch the app on and it switches their phone response off, that they don't hear anything come through on those messages until they reactivate their phone when they've stopped. Because obviously distracted driving, the text messages are going to come through, you hear it beep, and you want to look down and read it, and if they don't get anything because they're in the car driving somehow, maybe that'll relieve some people from being curious of getting messages while they're driving somewhere. So maybe look a little bit into that in terms of the option. But I've seen messages come to me to say, I'm not going to respond because I'm driving right now. And I think that may be a safety feature that some of the employers have their employees use for the vehicles that they drive for the jobs. And I move the motion forward.
Second.
Thank you. Councilman Hernandez?
I just want to reiterate one more time the importance, I think, that of protected bike lanes as opposed to green bike lanes. I think it really does give that sense of safety for the rider, and it protects drivers as well. When there's something, a physical barrier, whether it's those orange flags or whether it's those sort of the little speed bump type of things, raised asphalt or planter box, different forms of physical barriers that protect the bicyclists. I think that'll be really imperative in areas where we have those orange and red zones on Freedom Boulevard and Green Valley. And, the other areas is where we could do the green bike lanes that don't have those red zones. That said, I also wanted to add that there's a bill that's out SB 127, that's about lowering speed limits and making improvements, from Senator Scott Wiener. That's the Mark Leno's old position that he had. But he just recently put out another bill that addresses speed limits and also bike and pedestrian safety improvements.
Okay. Anybody else in the council like to make a comment, question? Okay. Great. This is just the beginning. You know, it's not going to be a 3-year project and then we're going to forget about it and then start over in 4 years. This has to be a lifelong sort of, these are lifelong habits that we have to develop. We have to take care of each other. We have to hold each other accountable. I know my wife does that. She knocks the phone out of my hands when I drive. So it's important we take care of each other. Okay? So we have for item 11A to motion authorizing the city manager to take the following actions aimed at improving overall pedestrian and traffic safety in the city of Watsonville. We have a motion made by Councilwoman Trina Kaufman Gomez, seconded by Felipe Hernandez. Could we get a roll call, please?
Kaufman Gomez.
Aye.
Garcia. Gonzalez.
Yes.
Hernandez.
Yes.
Hurst.
Yes.
Parker.
Yes.
Estrada.
Yes. Excellent. Thank you. We will now move to item 12, emergency items added to the agenda. Are there any emergency items to be added to the agenda? Great. Moving on to item 13, requests and scheduling future agenda items. We already have one for the intergovernmental agency. Are there any others?
Well, even the intergovernmental agency, I think that we have Measure G, so we need to know something about what that update is, whether there's a committee to be formed, an ad hoc of some sort. So that conversation needs to take place. And then the urban limit line is another one that Action Pajaro Valley, before we know it, there's going to be something there, so we need to develop some dialogue on what that future could look like for the urban limit line that we have for our city limit line.
Very good. Anything else from the council? Okay, I want to thank everybody for staying all night here with us, or pretty late, but we thank you. Have a good night. Drive safely. Don't be on your phones, and this meeting is adjourned.